guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 states are now suing the Trump administration over ongoing immigration enforcement operations.
The lawsuits filed by Minnesota and Illinois come after the Trump administration surged enforcement activities in Chicago and Minneapolis. Both states are asking for a court injunction to stop the ongoing immigration operations, claiming they are unconstitutional and terrorizing communities. Both lawsuits argue a violation of the 10th Amendment, taking away states' rights. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The U.S. is telling Americans to immediately leave Iran as major anti-regime protests continue.
The State Department bulletin is urging U.S. citizens to leave Iran, prepare for communication blackouts, avoid demonstrations, stock up on essential equipment, and consider leaving by land via Armenia or Turkey. The bulletin comes just as President Trump is reportedly reviewing military options if the regime kills more protesters. Trump warned last week the U.S. would hit the Islamic Republic very hard. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump says he plans $2,000 tariff rebate checks, but funding and legality remain uncertain. Experts warn the cost would exceed annual tariff revenue, and the Supreme Court is still reviewing whether Trump overstepped with his tariffs in the first place. Congress would likely need to approve any payments. Consumer prices rose less than expected in December.
The Labor Department reported the Consumer Price Index showed the core CPI, excluding food and energy, rose 0.2% for the month and 2.6% on a yearly basis. Meanwhile, the monthly figure for headline inflation put the annual rate at 2.7%. Analysts say the data makes it more likely the Federal Reserve will hold off on interest rate cuts at their first meeting of the year later this month. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The Washington legislature is considering a bill that would ban law enforcement from wearing masks.
The law would apply to local, state, and federal officers. Federal immigration officers have been criticized for wearing masks and not identifying themselves. There would be an exception for undercover work. Supporters say it's important to know who is enforcing the law. Critics say it makes officers open to doxing and other threats to themselves and their families. I'm Brad Ford.
Dilbert creator Scott Adams, dead at 68.
Adams had been battling prostate cancer, which had spread to his bones. His passing saddens many fans who admired his satirical take on corporate life. In the 1990s, Dilbert was syndicated in more than 400 newspapers, and he published his first book, The Dilbert Principle. By February of 2023, Dilbert was dropped from any syndicated newspapers following some comments made by Adams on his Real Coffee with Scott Adams live stream. I'm Monica Nelson.
Sneezing is an involuntary reflex we humans generally do about 4 times a day, but sometimes it's not a good time to rattle the windows with that sneeze. Here's a little help.
Home remedies include pressing your finger into the divot of your upper lip or pressing your tongue to the roof of your mouth. You can also scare someone's sneeze away by saying apricot loudly as a sneeze is approaching. It's not really word specific. You're just trying to distract the brain to make the sneeze go away. Doctors say sneezes are actually good for us. They clear out the sinuses, and some say the louder the better. So let them rip. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
world. All right, yes indeed, check 1, 2. Hey there! Would you look at that? Clock on the wall says 12:07 Eastern Time. That means it's a brand new day. And away we go. Are you telling me it's already midweek coming on? Looks like it is. 14th day of January. Yeah, 2 weeks in. From time zone to time zone, we welcome you aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Not a bad night outside the Secret Bunker, as a matter of fact. Yeah, upper 40s at this hour. Just as the case was last week, a little bit of a warm-up. We called it the January thaw. Not going to get quite as warm as we did then, but think reality check. This will be the final day. Temperature's actually going to be going down throughout the day. And we'll get ready for maybe the return of some old man winter as in the form of snow from the Great Lakes to the Northeast between now and the end of the week. At the moment, we have a little front bringing some lighter rain. South central, southwest Indiana through southern Illinois. A little bit of rain in the St. Louis area tonight. Scattered light rain back through southern portions of Kansas, then kind of swinging up to the northwest, northeast Colorado, southeastern portions of Wyoming. Again, it's light rainfall for the most part, but now we can go back since last week. Forecasters have been kind of monitoring snow potential for the Northeast to return, as a storm and a shot of cold air is going to move through the Great Lakes as we head into midweek here. Snow is expected to start in portions of Michigan, Indiana, Ohio later today, before shifting into the Northeast for Wednesday night and Thursday. Now, it will be maybe a plowable snow across the interior Northeast, higher elevations of the Appalachians, northern New England, several inches of snow between now and late week. Some of the highest snowfall accumulations are going to be downwind of the Great Lakes, as the lake effect snows are going to kick in. Inches of snow piling up across the interior Northeast, obviously leading to slippery travel as early as Wednesday evening, then continuing into Thursday night, as a matter of fact. Places from Pittsburgh to Buffalo, New York. Maybe some slippery travel later on this Wednesday afternoon into the evening hours. Gusty winds will be a factor as well, accompanying the cold and the snow. Winds gusting to 40 miles per hour across the Northeast and New England Thursday into Thursday night, which will add to visibility concerns. Given the storm track, it's unlikely that we'll see any accumulation of heavy snow, like several inches from Philadelphia to New York City. Maybe just a few flakes flying here and there, a dusting maybe in most cases. Even without a blockbuster snow for the I-95 cities, we could still see some impacts in that region. The cold infiltrating the Northeast Thursday night. We could see the wet surfaces freezing over and some slippery spots by Friday morning. Question, is there more snow on the way? According to AccuWeather, rounds of snow and cold are likely to continue following this particular storm. We'll see some persistent cold air and an active storm track out of Canada that will bring additional rounds of snow. We could see the next round as early as Thursday for the Great Lakes. By Friday, again, in the Northeast. About a week ago, there were some folks talking about the big January thaw, alluding to the fact, I don't know if it's global warming or what, but I'll take it. Everything this time of year comes with a price. You enjoyed, hopefully, the warmer conditions. The term polar vortex, is coming back into play in the coming days. Colder air becoming reestablished in the central and eastern U.S. after the big warm-up. Over the next 10 to 14 days, the polar vortex will be arriving once again. Cold air dominating the pattern through the end of the month, then into early February. Over the next couple of weeks, the jet stream is going to develop a large buckle a northward bulge along the Pacific coast, which means warmer conditions, a big southward dip centered around the Great Lakes. This setup stretches the polar vortex, sending persistent warmth near the bulge and repeated shots of cold air along the dip. For example, temperatures in Chicago are expected to swing from near average to a good 10, 20 degrees below average over the next 1 or 2 weeks. So the average high in Chicago is right about 32 degrees. New York City, temperatures are going to range from near historical average, the upper 30s. You're going to see 5 to 10 degrees below normal in that same time frame. Because of the large rounded shape of the jet stream dip, it's going to be difficult for storms in the south to strengthen along the Atlantic coast, becoming major snowstorms. Instead, most storms will stay weak, moving quickly, exiting out to sea through much of next week. Very cold air is indeed building back into western and central Canada, though. It's going to take some time, but as this happens, people in the central and eastern U.S. are going to feel more typical winter colder conditions than we've seen over the past couple of weeks for sure. These waves of cold bringing clipper system and rounds of lake effect snow squalls and flurries from the Midwest to the Northeast. Later this month into early February, there's potential for a more significant shift in the polar vortex. There are some indicators pointing towards unusual warmth poking all the way into northern Alaska. That setup could play a role in a major shift of the polar vortex, depending on snow cover across southern Canada, the Midwest, and the interior Northeast, along with ice cover on the Great Lakes. This has the potential to bring some of the coldest air of the winter. And we've already had some pretty cold shots, as you know. In December, while the lakes were mostly ice-free, there was extensive snow cover across the north central and interior Northeast. On those coldest December days, temperatures were running 20 to 30 degrees below average. The snow and ice cover tend to act like an insulator, locking out the warming effects of the ground and water. One way a major storm could develop would be if a roadblock in the atmosphere forms near Greenland, which can trap storms along the Atlantic coast, raising the risk of heavy snow. There are signs a large storm could develop late next week. But the long-range team says it's way too early to determine specific details of that specific storm. Interestingly, I have seen a number of forecasters pointing out that there was a GFS model run. And some of these weather hype pages are posting this, making it look like we are going to see a storm of the century coming up here in a couple weeks. One forecaster from the Ohio Valley region says, I'm usually against posting this raw model sort of data, but I just had to show you how insane of a run the GFS just had. It dropped a mind-boggling 48 inches of snow over the Miami Valley with one potential storm. Folks, this will not happen. There's no chance. I don't know what went wrong with the model for it to produce a snowstorm with literally 2 years worth of snow. So if you see some of the weather hype pages sharing this, saying this could happen, it won't. There are several other forecasters pointing out the same thing. Some sort of, they say when you feed junk into the models, junk comes out of the models. There was some sort of corrupted data apparently fed into the model for that run. So, that model run was showing portions of Indiana, potentially 50 inches of snow. Much of Ohio, 30, 40 plus inches of snow. It would be a whopper, but it ain't going to happen. Hey, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Hello to Marianne. Tank in the house. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Hope Day. It's a cool 29 degrees in Grants, New Mexico. Now we're headed over to Santa Rosa, then back to Banning once again. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. There's Josh. Morning, Steve. Traveling through Peoria, Illinois. Hey, 44 degrees. Roads are dry, partly cloudy. I got a load of alfalfa. Headed to the Buckeye State tonight. Be safe out there to the listening family. Griswold says, safe travels to the drivers out there. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's Pappy, the midnight hour. And what day is it? What day is it? 844-844-3388, the number for Horse Feathers to make it official. 47 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Had a little bit of drizzle in the air. All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of Joe. You know, why we call strong coffee Joe? 1914, the Navy Secretary, Josephus Daniels, banned alcohol on U.S. naval vessels. As a result, strong coffee was the replacement. That decision was credited for giving the good old cup of coffee a nickname, a Cup of Joe. All right, enough for the history lesson. Lesson number 1 for the night. Let's get the party started. Yes, indeed. All right, Kevin on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Shorty rolling I-77 northbound at the Virginia-West Virginia line with 40 degrees tonight. Columbus bound. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe 44, Platkill, New York. It is round number 2 to Schenectady tonight. And hello to the 15 car. Morning, Steve. A cool 41 clear in Charlotte tonight. Today I learned Hillbilly Tex was a real person. My apologies to Tex, and rest in peace, my friend. Hey, 15 car, you were not alone. I can't tell you how many people thought that he was just trying to play the part of a character with the way he spoke. And, you know, so many, he had his own lingo, his own language for so many things. If he's headed to Home Depot, he called it the Home Depot. I'm heading over to the Home Depot. Yeah, it's just he had his own language, but yeah, he was a real person, and that was genuinely the way he spoke. Rest in peace, Hillbilly Tex there. Hello, Scrapyard. Waving all five at you this morning. Jerry, good morning. 44 degrees in Kokomo. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for supporting the drivers, the listeners, and, of course, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I've been in the crash house with a torn muscle around my stomach. So I've been listening to the replay, and that's helped me get through the most aggressive pain this old guy's ever had. All right, tell them you love them and be safe out there, my friends. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 50 degrees in downtown Sacramento. Currently getting some blood to my legs during intermission at the Lion King Broadway show tonight with Mrs. Claus. All right, enjoy that there. Of course, it's only about 9:20 in the evening there in Sacramento, so showtime, the show goes on. Hello from Bob in Michigan. James on board. I honestly think something's going down when it comes to Iran any time now. We've got the latest updates. The President Trump, gave probably his strongest indication yet that some sort of intervention may be coming. With his comments this past day, we'll share what he had to say here momentarily. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Only here to drop a like and then hit the, hey, see you tomorrow. Well, thank you for dropping a like there, Michael. D. Stockwell. Good morning, Steve Summers. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, 39 degrees tonight. Everything went well with Wildcat's procedure this past morning. Doctor says everything was great. That's good news. Truck that was down is running, and we're just taking it through in places to make sure there's no leaks or codes being thrown. I haven't caught up on my sleep, so I'll be hitting the sack here in just a bit. Sorry to hear about Hillbilly Tex there. He was a great caller. Now ringing the cowbell in the halls of glory. Rest in peace, sir. We also lost Scott Adams, the creator of the Dilbert comic strip for years, along with several books. He was a brilliant guy, very intelligent person, who, as Greg Gutfield said, who he was good friends with, taught us how to live and also how to die. Have a great night, everyone, and be careful out there. All right. Couple of others real quick, like Captain Snacky, morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Currently on my Friday, headed down to drop some fuel in Seymour, Indiana, 55 degrees. Beautiful night out here tonight. Everybody have a safe night. Jennifer checks in from north central Kansas, 46 degrees. Listening while working the night shift. Shout out to my favorite trucker, Tony. And everybody drive safe out there. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day. 5 more days in the college football season, right? Championship game next Monday. 62 days till spring, and just a few after that, the Mid-America Truck Show. Doing a Louisville, Owensboro pedal to start my week tonight. Got my first stop off. I'm headed to my store now. Sorry to hear about Tex. He will be missed. All right, trying to rain a little bit on I-64, southern Indiana. It's breezy. We've got 55 degrees. So be careful out there. Well, is it possible to make it official right out of the box this early day?
What do you say, Your Honor?
What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Well, I guess we should say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it to all you people that get a day off? What's a day off here? I worked every day, including January 1st, every day this month. Still working on it. Be working tomorrow. What day is it?
It is officially Hump Day. Here we are.
All right. For all you people that get time off, I don't know. this is my time of year. I work this time of year, so I get plenty of time off the other 9 months of the year. I arrange things so that I don't have to work too hard, I hope. Anyways,
hey, but we're almost to the news break. Can you dial us back up, because we got the click going again, and we're about a minute from news break. So real quick, President Trump signaling potential intervention in Iran this past day with a very forceful message via his Truth Social account, directly addressing the protesters in Iran. Stating, quote, Iranian patriots, and then in all capital letters, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. He then concluded the post with a stark promise, writing, and I quote, help is on the way. MIGA, as in M-I-G-A, make Iran great again? Yeah, President Donald J. Trump. All right, as the protest continues, varying reports of how many are now dead. Yeah, some say 2,000, some say 12, could be 20,000. We just really don't know at this point.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. will act if Iran begins hanging anti-regime protesters, though he did not specify how.
We will take very strong action if they do such a thing.
Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting, as a human rights group reports at least 2,000 deaths. The Justice Department's criminal probe of Fed Chair Jerome Powell is drawing criticism from Senate Republicans, including Louisiana's John Kennedy.
I know Chairman Powell very well. I will be stunned. I will be shocked if he has done anything wrong.
GOP leaders warn the case must be serious and caution against political interference with the Fed's independence. The investigation centers on whether Powell misled Congress about plans to renovate Fed headquarters, a charge Powell denies. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Several listening friends there in north central Kansas. Jennifer said hi a bit ago. There's Stacy, who says, hey all, hope everybody's having a great night. A wonderful night in north central Kansas. 47 degrees with a clear sky. Safe travels to all. Thank you so much. All right, so we made it official, but welcome back, Mike. Yeah, we had the little click thing. I don't know what the heck happens every once in a while there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something about staying on hold too long or something there and switching cell towers. And, of course, you know, I called in, 8 o'clock last night and been on hold since then. You know, I called in on that secret back door line there. So that I get to see the first one in line there whenever you want to pick me up. No, there's not a backdoor line on this anymore. Now back at the other facility, you guys had all those local 513 numbers there, and if you knew a combination of the 513 numbers, you could. There was 2 or 3 different lines you could call.
Correct. Yes,
and they
there were.
Actually put you there.
Yep.
So yeah, there was a couple times I was on hold with a 513 number that I had to be let go because you had a guest calling in, and they couldn't call in because I was using the line they were supposed to call in on. But the good old days there, right?
Yes, sir.
But I don't know. I don't know if they were that good, but they were certainly the old days anyway. Anyway, so where can we go from there? So, hey, Mike, for anybody that couldn't hear it through all the clicking and nastiness, boy, that was terrible. I hope it's better now because if not, you're going to have a terrible show.
It's good.
But anyway, so I did see a report there that Mike Tomlin, the coach of the Steelers, resigned after 19 years.
Yeah, how about that?
So he let himself go? I mean, I know it's been. He had 1 Super Bowl win and I think 2 other appearances in the Super Bowl, but the last 3 or some years they haven't gotten really anywhere out of the playoffs.
Right.
Something like that.
I can't help. Can't help but wonder. So obviously, following the loss Monday night, there was a meeting with management this past morning. Now, maybe the discussions, he kind of knew the writing was on the wall. Yeah, was he pressured to leave? We can speculate, but he did issue an official statement. Thanking the Rooneys and all that for all the years. I mean, a 19-year run, that is pretty incredible in the NFL.
Well, you look at the Steelers themselves, I think they probably have the fewest amount of coach changes probably in NFL history, because you go from Chuck Knox to Bill Cowher to Mike Tomlin. I mean, it's a dynasty of 3 coaches over those years. And when did Chuck Noll start?
I believe 1970. Yeah, 3 coaches since 1970.
And how many other teams can say that? I mean,
none.
Yeah. So, anyways, even some of the other the big dynasty teams that were out there, because the Dolphins there they had Landry, and the Cowboys had Shula, and the Redskins, we won't call them what they're wanting to be called now. There, had what's his name there? The race car owner, Gibbs, and and there's been a few others that have been around for quite a while, but as I say, I mean, 1970 to 2026 with only 3 coaches. Yeah. I mean, that's really a feat in itself. There, I mean, they should get an award just for that. Anyways, I know there's all those Steeler haters out there though that don't.
Hey, there's one other interesting headline that goes with that. In the AFC North, there's one coach that survived to go on into 2026. The Bengals. The Bengals.
Well, yeah, but we've had that discussion before, too, of that maybe you shouldn't have survived into 2025, let alone 26, right?
Right. So next year, the Ravens will have a new coach, Browns a new coach, Steelers a new coach. Same old for the Cincinnati Bengals, though.
Well, hey, when you got what you got, sometimes people say, don't mess with what. Oh, wait a minute, it's what worked. But when it doesn't work, I get. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know. So anyways, I don't know. Oh, what else? What else we got to talk about here? I guess, what's the deal with this Justice Department people resigning out there in Minnesota? What are they afraid of? What are they running away from, Your Honor? Why don't they want to investigate?
Yeah, the House of Cards is collapsing.
Yeah, they definitely want to distance themselves for anything, and don't want to be there when the whole kit and caboodle opens up. But boy, I tell you, I don't know. We're starting to venture on the side of a third world country here by the looks of the TV newscasting here. What's going on with our country, Your Honor? How come we got citizens in this country going out and attacking police officers? What's up with that? Didn't realize we were dropped down that low so far.
The paid agitators are off the rails.
Yeah. So anyways, I don't know. Other than that, there was something else I was going to add in here, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see if we can think of it for later. It's kind of slipped off into the distance for right now. But anyways, there. So we got kind of a decent night out here. A few clouds hanging around. Our weather coming in, like you said. I guess it's supposed to be here sometime late afternoon into evening, and they're saying with the way it comes across, there's a possibility that in the transition of, because we're going to have some rain and switching over, there could actually be some freezing precipitation at the same through the transition before we get just that little bit of snow. So just kind of be aware of your surroundings where you are. It's been a little bit cooler, so even though we had the 50-degree day, there's still some frost in the ground, so it wouldn't spots and cooler valleys and stuff like that if we get regular precipitation to have things freeze up if it's not treated. But I'm sure Maryland will be right out there because, as I've said in the past, and I've actually gotten yelled at by some people that they didn't like the comment that there's apparently a salt to snow ratio that the state of Maryland uses for removal of snow, and it's somewhere in the area for every 1 inch of snow that gets dropped on the ground, they apply like 3 inches of salt to get rid of it. I'm just saying, Your Honor. You drive around here, it's like driving through the Great Salt Flats a day or two after it's done snowing and things, get sunny and dry up, and you cannot see the line. You cannot see the lines on the asphalt through the salt. The only thing there is just a great big plume of rooster tail of salt, and so, anyways, I don't know. Other than that, maybe we'll call back in with something if this thing seems slow. But I think you might have enough news stuff to talk about. I'm sure all the rest of our educated listeners are out there, and if there's anybody else that's new, we got to have some new people out here. I keep hearing about all these people to listen. We got to have new people out there. So
first-time callers get your $60 voucher coupon code for Hot Shot Secret products. All you have to do is let your fingers do the walking. 844-844-3388. Yeah, that was one of the under the sports headlines. Yes, word coming down. Mike Tomlin stepping down from his head coaching job after another disastrous playoff loss. An era has come to an end in Pittsburgh, widely regarded as one of the best coaches in the NFL. Mike struggled to find success with the Steelers in the second half of his tenure. Pittsburgh lost 7 playoff games in a row, dating back to 2016. The most recent coming in the wild card round in Monday night's game against the Texans. The loss led to Tomlin and the Steelers parting ways this past day. And it looks like Aaron Rodgers may officially be retiring as well. Rodgers actually stormed out of the press conference following that early playoff exit Monday night. Tomlin at the time refused to speak about his job status in the same presser following that game, at the time saying, it's not time for talk. We agreed that we would meet tomorrow morning, which was Tuesday morning, and go from there. When you're in this single elimination tournament, there's not a whole lot to talk about. Either you win or you go home. And it appears that meeting ended with the two parties obviously deciding to split. Steelers president Art Rooney II releasing a statement saying, obviously, I'm extremely grateful from Mike for all the hard work, dedication, and success we've shared over the last 19 years. It's hard for me to put it into words, the level of respect that I have for Coach Tomlin. After which Mike issued an official statement. After much thought and reflection, I've decided to step down as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. This organization has been a huge part of my life for many years, and it's been an absolute honor to lead this team. I am deeply grateful to Art Rooney II and the late Ambassador Rooney for their trust and support. I'm thankful to the players who gave everything they had every day and the coaches and the staff whose commitment and dedication made this journey so meaningful. I also want to thank Steelers Nation. Your passion, loyalty, and high expectations represent what makes this franchise truly special. Coaching in Pittsburgh is unlike anywhere else. I'll always take great pride in having been a steward of this team. While this chapter comes to a close, my respect and love for the Pittsburgh Steelers will never change. I'm excited for what the future holds for this organization. I will forever be grateful for my time coaching in Pittsburgh. And many, have said that that's a pretty class act way of departing after 19 years, right? So
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, hope your week's going well. Midweek already. So we'll reach the peak and then start rolling toward the weekend. All right, Scrapyard checking in. What do we have? 55 dungarees in Chickendale, Arkansas. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, driving under the stars atop Fancy Gap, Virginia. Not a bad night, 46 degrees. Yeah, everybody keep the shiny side up. Dennis says, how about this for a twist? Harbaugh to the Steelers, Tomlin to the Ravens. Okay. All right, it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the old retired Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve. Hey, Steve,
yes,
what
sir?
day is it? What day is it?
Hey!
It's still a totally terrific Tuesday where I'm at.
That's true.
It won't be hump day until 10 more minutes or so.
Right.
We'll eventually get caught up to you there. I read this headline on the drive that Tony Stewart is coming back to NASCAR and he's driving.
Yes.
He's going to do he's doing a one-off Craftsman Truck Series entry with Ram, and I guess I'm going to pronounce this wrong anyway. Kaulig Racing, Kaulig.
Mm-hmm.
So,
how about that?
Watch out.
Tony Stewart behind the wheel. Well, I don't know. I mean, the way it sounds, this particular deal, they're not going to be competing like for a championship, but they're looking to have like celebrity drivers come in for one-off races. So Tony's going to, might we see maybe like Dale Jr., maybe run a race this season? I'm curious to who they might get to run some of those celebrity races.
Yeah, well, I got over 3 million miles. You reckon they'd let me drive one of them trucks?
Yes.
Yeah, I doubt it. Well, let's go to my favorite subject in the world, and that's scantily clad senoritas. You know who Dana Carter is, right?
The country singer?
Yeah, the country singer, Strawberry Wine.
Yeah.
Got a couple other hits. Do you know she's 60 now?
Wow.
Yeah, and you can go to her Instagram to see her bikini photos, too. And all I can tell you is good googa mooga, baby. That was looking pretty good. Well, this is also from the drive. The king is here. Chevy Corvette clocks 1.68 seconds in 0 to 60 and 8.67 seconds in a quarter mile. So I believe that's booking, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
And this diver over in Italy, he stumbled upon a treasure of a lifetime. He found 50,000 coins. They're bronze and copper. They were originally minted in Rome. They haven't given a price on it yet. But, Steve, that's a chunk of change. They still ain't even got all of the shipwreck up yet. So, ain't no telling what all they're going to find down there. Well, let's get a Semper Fi shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and especially our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Y'all buy some Stabile products, Hot Shot Secret products. You can get them on Amazon where I get them. That's the best place. They just deliver it right to your door. But I think y'all do that too, don't you?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yep. Y'all get some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products too. You can call Steve at 844-844-3388. Steve, what's the difference between a Porcupine and a Ford F-150?
What is it?
Porcupine's got a prick on the outside.
Good. Good to hear from you, Knucklebuster.
No, well, wait a minute. I got one more. Why did Mrs. Doubtfire spend time in prison?
I hate to ask why.
Mail fraud. That's all my baloney for today.
There you go.
Have a great morning.
Knucklebuster and his baloney. Yeah, the Tony Stewart thing, that's interesting. I think, the same guys that run every week at the NASCAR tracks are the ones you see at the Daytona 500, right? The Chili Bowl is drastically different than that. Yeah, Tony Stewart didn't mince words when he recently took aim at NASCAR's Crown Jewel event, once again, highlighting how strained his relationship with the sport's become over the past few years. Smoke, as he is known, has openly criticized the charter system, lamented the sponsor struggles that ultimately sank Stewart-Haas Racing, and voiced frustration over NASCAR drifting away from their grassroots identity. So when Stewart questioned the prestige of the Daytona 500 a few days ago, it felt like another chapter in a long-running disconnect. Ironically, that same tension now makes his next move even more compelling. Despite all that frustration, Tony's headed back to Daytona, setting aside pride for a return that I don't think anybody saw coming. Tony Stewart is officially headed back to Daytona. This time, it's in a way even longtime fans did not see coming. The three-time NASCAR Cup Series champion will make his first stock car start in nearly a decade, piloting Kaulig Racing's number 30 Ram truck in the February 2026 Craftsman Truck Series opener there at Daytona International Speedway. That announcement also places Tony in exclusive company. The gap between his Truck Series starts would span 20 years, 8 months, and 10 days, one of the longest breaks between starts in series history. Only Bobby Gerhart, who was 19 years plus, and Jimmy Johnson at 17 years, 9 months, came anywhere close. This move significant for more than just Tony's return. It also underscores Dodge Ram's re-entry into NASCAR trucks, aligning seamlessly with Tony's existing Dodge partnership through his NHRA Top Fuel program. Tony's presence gives Ram an instant headline as it reestablishes itself in the garage with Kaulig Racing. Now, Tony's entry comes through Kaulig Racing's what they're calling their free agent driver program, announced back in November. Ram's initiative partners with Kaulig to field a rotating truck throughout the season, allowing marquee drivers to step in without having to commit to a championship run as part of the program. The number 25 and select number 30 entries are not eligible for the Truck Series title. This is just a pure one-off opportunity rather than any long-term campaign. What other drivers might they be able to stick behind the wheel of the Dodge Ram in the upcoming return to the Truck Series? That's pretty good. What a cool way, though, with Tony Stewart to obviously make the racing headlines and highlighting Ram's return, right? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth is pushing to grow the country's military-industrial complex.
He stopped at SpaceX's Starbase in Texas on Monday as part of his Arsenal of Freedom tour. Introduced by CEO Elon Musk and surrounded by spaceship components, Hegseth said the military needs to rebuild and called for the private sector to play a greater role in remaking America's military presence around the world. He said the U.S. must win the competition for 21st century technological supremacy. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A former congressional staffer is in custody for allegedly stealing government cell phones.
Christopher Sutherland was a system administrator for the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee from 2020 to 2023. The Department of Justice alleges that Sutherland ordered 240 government cell phones to his home that were meant for staffers from January to May of 2023. He's also accused of selling over 200 of those phones to a nearby pawn shop. I'm Jim Roop.
Family members claim a protester has been permanently blinded in one eye following an incident in Santa Ana, California.
The 21-year-old man's family claims a DHS agent shot him with a non-lethal round at close range last Friday. He spent 6 hours in emergency surgery, with doctors finding shards of plastic, glass, and metal embedded in his eyes and around his face. A metal piece was also lodged 7 millimeters from a carotid artery. He also suffered a fractured skull around his eyes and nose. Demonstrators were gathered near the Santa Ana Federal Building, protesting after an ICE agent shot a woman to death in Minneapolis last Wednesday. I'm Daniel Martin Martindale.
The U.S. Supreme Court appears likely to uphold state laws banning men and boys from women and girls sports after hearing arguments today in cases from Idaho and West Virginia. The conservative majority signaled support for the bans with a decision expected by summer.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The threat of a funding freeze for child care dollars in Colorado is still hovering over families, even though the judge has temporarily blocked that freeze.
If the freeze goes back on, daycare centers and families could be out of money.
It is unfathomable that we're in this situation, and we all need to speak up.
Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen led a call featuring single mother Robbie Bemesh, who would quit her job as she lost assistance to enroll her son in daycare.
I won't go on Facebook or any of the other social media places and have a stranger watch my son.
The Trump administration says Colorado is one of the blue states allowing widespread fraud and is demanding documentation justifying the spending. I'm Rob Dawson.
Remains found on a Washington State beach in 2006 have been identified as a former mayor from Oregon.
The remains were found on the Quinault Indian Reservation. The Grays Harbor County Sheriff's Office and coroner weren't able to identify the remains. DNA was given to Othram, a company that uses genetic genealogy to narrow the search to family members. They determined the remains were Clarence Edwin Asher, who had been the mayor of Fossil. He went missing crabbing in Tillamook Bay and was presumed drowned. The remains were found nearly 2 months after his disappearance. I'm Brad Ford.
Actor Kiefer Sutherland was arrested in Hollywood on Monday after allegedly assaulting a rideshare driver and making criminal threats. He was booked on felony charges, released on a $50,000 bond, and scheduled to appear in court on February 2nd. No serious injuries were reported. His representatives have not yet commented. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
underway here on a Wednesday. Time zone to time zone, make our way into a brand new day, and that'd be day number 14 here in January of 26. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. Hello to Rubber Duck. Home sweet home, he says. He said, for one time in my life, I'm actually rooting for Pittsburgh, and they blew it. Anyway, waiting for the snow here. Our forecast is saying 6 to 10 inches. Yeah, some of those areas in northern Indiana, yes. Yeah, the models have been kind of bumping up. Lake effect. Enhanced snow maybe coming your way. Yes. Hello, Drummer Girl. 48 degrees, cloudy in northeast Philly tonight. A nice night for a drive. Everybody be safe out there. And there's Billy Lenig on board. And hello, Gary. Morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. All right, coming up, Grump got you coming up. Update on the Iranian situation. First, let me get to Sasquatch. It's been a long time no hear. Sasquatch, what's going on?
Hey, just a wonderful day just outside of Winston-Salem, 41 degrees, just hanging out. I'm going to ask I'm going to give you a gentleman's name if you know him or not from years ago by the name of Jim Coltonball that lived up in Marysville, Ohio. Does that name sound familiar?
It does not ring a bell. No.
Okay. All right. Nah, that's because I think you and him and I have a mutual friend. And when he drove, when we both started at midnight, we would gab all night on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And when you had your trouble at, we won't mention that other name, but he knew, and he called someone, and I thought that he spoke with you when the other place did what they did.
When it was all unfolding? Okay. Yeah, I don't recognize the name, no.
Okay. And it might even go back to your dad even more.
I mean, did he have
I know when all that was.
Did he have a handle that, I mean, there's a lot of out there that I know their handles. I don't know their name though.
You know what? At one time I knew what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But, because you went from the CB to cell phones now, so you don't, if you see someone on a CB, that's kind of unusual anymore.
Right.
But, so no, I was just thinking about it and kind of going from there. Jim passed away the other day.
Oh.
And we were all sitting around, and no, this is a good thing. We were all telling stories on all, and everybody was laughing and carrying on. And I told that story and all the other different stories, and it was just something. It was just a fantastic time to sit there. So it's not a sad day at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, and I just got to thinking about it, and I was like, hey, I'll ask. So because we're doing the service on Thursday, so and kind of go from there. But no, I do not remember his handle because we never. Yeah, the names that me and him use for each other, we cannot use on the air. So
okay.
Just one of them things. So pretty cool. But other than that, I've been pretty quiet. Been not doing a whole lot. Trying to stay out of the limelight. You know. Because, you just never know who's going to try to run over you with a car, you know, especially, so.
Right.
Yeah. So, but other than that, okay, I think this country's going in the right direction. I think we got a man at the helm that's got some great ideas. And I think he's going to figure things out. and go from there. And I got one other question that maybe one of these highway lawyers can answer. As you know, the Clintons refused to go to the Supreme Court hearings today.
Yes.
Okay? Or the congressional hearings.
Yeah.
They were subpoenaed to go there. And I seen the letter that they wrote to the congressional hearings that there's a time to stop doing all this stuff. Okay? If you or I get subpoenaed to go to a court hearing or whatever it might be, or subpoenaed for jury duty, can you just up and say, yeah, no, I don't want to do it? I don't get where the Clintons think that they can just up and say, hey.
Right. Well, when they say turnaround is fair play, there were several during Trump's first administration who were cited for contempt of Congress that actually went to jail.
Right. The only thing, I mean, I'm sure that they got answers, and I'm sure if Mr. Clinton had anything to do with Monica, I'm sure that Mr. Epstein helped him out a time or two. That's pretty obvious. But can we just kind of like, we sweep our trash under the rug. Why can't we just pick up a big rug and sweep them two under the rug, say, see you later, goodbye, go home, go do whatever, but stay out of our way? I'm sorry, but I think we need to do that with those two particular people.
All I know is James Comer this past day, actually, he said he's looking to file contempt of Congress charges against Bill. I mean, technically, both Bill and Hillary had been subpoenaed. Will it go anywhere? I doubt it. I know Grump had some take on the latest as the protests in Iran are, I guess we're now entering, day number 14, if memory serves. New reports this past day, though, said Iran is using some sort of cutting-edge military technology and sophisticated psychological operations to dismantle these protests against the government. According to reports, low-flying surveillance drones, signal jammers, a rapid response propaganda apparatus, and the violent deployment of force unleashed simultaneously by the regime during recent protests. Iranian authorities have insisted that they've regained control of the country after successive nights of mass protests nationwide since last week, which have posed one of the biggest challenges to the clerical leadership since they had come to power in 1979. Iran has called the protest its 13th day of war with Israel, referencing last June's 12-day war. Iran has classified the protests as foreign agents that must be dealt with. But the Iranian people find themselves being surveilled on closed-circuit television cameras, even those who choose to protest at home, they're saying. They say, we've got information that someone in our building was chanting, and it was coming from your apartment, according to one member of the country's security forces, who tells a man in a video shared by Iranian media outlets, Iran's national police said everything is under surveillance. Iran has shut down SpaceX Starlink satellite internet terminals to prevent people from circumventing the internet restrictions. One says, I haven't seen anything like that at all. This is not regular jamming, that they have some sort of military equipment, according to one Iranian cybersecurity expert. Previous protests in 2019 and 2022 saw Iran shut down its internet, but technology experts say this is one of the most severe internet disruptions they've seen. Now, Iran's propaganda has worked to instill fear in the people, with state television showing a morgue full of body bags, footage of blindfolded detainees lined up against walls. They've also claimed protesters have killed civilians and are agents of Israel in the United States. Of course, President Trump this past day warned very strong action. He didn't specify against Iran if they proceed with the threatened hanging of some of the protesters there. International outrage is indeed growing over the crackdown that one rights group said has likely killed thousands of people now. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, President Trump said, we'll see how that's going to work out for him. All right, so let me see. Grump, see what his take is here. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, it's I've been reading a little bit about that, the jamming systems that they have over there. I think they've, a lot of the embassies and stuff that's around, I think a lot of the people are getting closer to them, and they're still able to use their satellite systems and things like that, so that they can do some reporting on what's going on. They're saying right now up to 5,000 people has been killed in these attacks,
yes.
From the Republican guards and stuff, and that's probably about right. I do know 5 B-2s took off last night or night before last. They're probably going to Diego and going to hang out there, and they had we see them all the time taking off, and everything right. I live just down the road from the base here, but they don't usually take off with support equipment. So that kind of, leads you to believe that something's going to happen there. And it probably should. They'll probably, if we hit anything at all, we're probably going to hit some of their infrastructure things. I know Pappy was concerned about the missiles, and everything that, he said they got a mess of missiles. They do have a lot of missiles. They got a ton of missiles. The problem with the Iranian missiles is so many of them are antiquated. They, even with the stockpile that they have, about 63% of their launchers got knocked out, and they don't know how many that, they were using for parts and things like that to, before the launchers got knocked out. That's how isolated they've been. And, nobody's really helped them. And, Russia and China both has been trying to get some stuff in there, but the sanctions has knocked the snot out of them. And a lot of the NATO countries and things that do different businesses and, has imports and exports with China and places like that, they just flat told them, we'll obey the sanctions there because, they need us. They need the United States badly. And so looking at that, I'm not sure right now, Steve, what is going to happen. I mean, it's, if Trump promised something, I do know, from reading and watching some of the some of the networks and stuff that's talking and looking at some of the stuff on YouTube and things that a lot of the Arab nations are condemning the actions of Iranians against their people. So that's a good thing. It's when they start doing that. And I know Big Ed talked about, Egypt getting involved. They need to do something with Egypt and Iran has had such strained relations ever since 1981, basically. But it, after Egypt signed on to the Abraham Accords, it really went down south. They just really, thought that they were, I guess Iran thought that they were kind of betraying the Muslim Brotherhood kind of thing. But, the Ayatollah is not a popular guy right now. And, of course Russia would take him, but they would also take all the money with them. Back in 1981, when Ronald Reagan took office. Everybody thought that they just released the hostages because of Reagan, coming into office. That wasn't how it worked. I mean, Reagan, and they'd been negotiating for months, before he even took office. And when he did take office, they continue with the negotiations on conditions of the hostages' release. And after they did release them, they did release, Iran wanted the gold bullion. They wanted all their money that they had, been isolated and been, we'd been holding against them ever since the hostages. They wanted it in gold. Care to guess how much gold that was, Steve?
No idea.
That was 112,000 pounds of gold.
Wow.
That's how much. Yep. And I could pick the phone up right now and call a guy that was at RAF Lakenheath when I was there, when they brought that gold in to pay Iran. And it sat there for about a week, I guess, for they finalized and everything. But, it's pretty important when they move F-111s, that uploaded F-111s out of Victor Alert barns, and they put gold in there. And, tractor trailer, it was on 3 trailers. And, it was kind of interesting. I mean, I remember that night just like it was yesterday. I mean, the Treasury Department was there. They had Secret Service there, and then they had commanders from all over the place was there. And they, when we went into our briefing, they said this night never happened. So that it's been so long ago. And then they reported it in the paper, and it was all over, BBC and everything else. But so it's not like it was anything that was new. But they paid them 112,000 pounds of bullion plus a lot of money, and they, on today's market, it's what is it, $4,600 an ounce right now? Damn, that would be what? That'd be almost $9 billion right now in gold, I guess, for that much weight. But it's I wonder what they did with all of it. I know it went a lot of it went in the Ayatollah's coffers, but. This is going to be an interesting next few days because they've been keeping, at least our people has, Hegseth, and, of course, Trump. Trump likes to throw them little teasers out there, but he doesn't say what the hell's going to happen. So this is going to be interesting. I'm looking for, a pretty good bomb run probably across things. And Iran, they said that if that happened, they would be attacking every base in the United, that has the U.S. on it, and that would be. I just don't think they have the capability to do that. In 2023, you remember all them drones that they've been flying over? Them things have been stockpiled forever. They're just pieces of junk. They hadn't, of course, they were loaded with explosives and things like that. But in 2023, the Mossad went in and actually sabotaged their drone factory and put it on the ground. I mean, they planted explosives all over, and boom, blew it up. They knew it was the Mossad. They believe it. A couple of them were caught, but they weren't the Mossad that got caught. But they're known for that stuff, and it's just like we do little teasers. All right, we'll have planes that'll fly close to the border. We did it during the first Gulf War. We'd fly close to the Iranian borders and stuff like that, just enough so that they'll kick their radars on and do some painting of the planes and so we can do an ID them. Now all they got to do is click a little mouse, and they know exactly where, the radars are, and the radars that are on the missile launchers themselves. So they know where most of that stuff is, and it's no secret. I mean, hell, they could have probably took out 90% of them back in June, but they didn't. They took out everything that happened, about 63%. Of the missile launchers and things, and they didn't want to leave them. They wanted, to show them, hey, we're going to leave you a little bit of something here to defend yourselves with if some country wants to fight you or anything like that. But they know damn well that they don't stand a chance. I mean, they know they don't stand a chance. It just, the one assessment that the United States had, if we was to just go into an all-out war with Iran, it would take literally 46 minutes to destroy every part of that country, and that's on conventional weapons. I mean, it's amazing the submarines that we have out in the Gulf. how many Tomahawk missiles could, cruise missiles could hit, just in a matter of seconds. I mean, they've programmed, all these sites have pre-programmed in. I mean, it's no chance that they, that they don't know where everything is. They've been tracking this stuff forever. So, Iran knows that, and they run their mouths and they like to bolster themselves up to the people, saying, hey, don't rely on the United States because we'll kick their ass. They know damn well they can't do anything. But that's where we're standing right now. And I was, like I said, I was a little surprised to see all the Arab nations that are condemning this right now. And a lot of the NATO countries like England, Germany, Netherlands, so many of them are bringing in the Iranian consulates and, telling them, condemning everything and making sure that they understand that. And if it comes to it, they'll just, boot all their asses out, and that's common practice. So, we'll just have to see what's going to happen on that. But did you happen to catch any of that Supreme Court hearing today?
That I did not.
Over the transgender stuff. And, Steve, I listened to that. I listened to Ketanji Brown. How in the hell did that woman ever pass the bar exam? I have never in my life. I mean, the only person that can throw out more word salad than she can is Kamala Harris. And I sat there and listened to her and her comments that she was making and her what ifs and her scenarios and things. And I'm thinking, you got to be one of the dumbest damn people I've ever listened to in my life. She had no structure in her conversation whatsoever. And I listened to Alito. He made a comment that for the the lawyers that were for the transgender. He made a comment to me. He said, is it you think it's constitutional for them? It's their right to be able to participate. Even though they're men and they're and transgender. And oh yes. And he said, so you'd have no problem with just regular straight men participating also. And she just froze. That lady just had nothing to say after that. And that's exactly, I thought that was one of the best statements that I'd heard. Is
kind of like a gotcha statement. We have to pause there. It's News Update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is announcing tariffs on any country that does business with Iran.
In a recent post on Truth Social, President Trump wrote, effective immediately, any country doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran will pay a tariff of 25% on any and all business being done with the United States of America. His order comes as violent anti-government protests in that country have continued over the ongoing economic crisis there. Trump is also reportedly reviewing military options if the regime kills more protesters. I'm Jim Roop.
President Trump appeared to raise his middle finger and mouth an expletive at a heckler during a visit to the Ford plant in Dearborn, Michigan, after someone called him a pedophile protector. The White House defended the reaction as appropriate given the intense exchange.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Now, we left off, we were talking the, testimony before the Supreme Court this past day. I did not get to personally tune into any of it. I did see a post where I believe it was going through some of the commentary, the questioning from Justice Alito to, I don't know what her name was, but some ACLU lawyer. And when Alito asked, can you define what a man and woman is? To which the ACLU lawyer says, we do not have a definition for the court. And then the justice says, well, how can we determine if discrimination, sex discrimination, is taking place if we don't know the definition of a man or woman?
I like that. I was listening to that and I thought, man, he's just, I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be probably 6 for the states, and because they acted like a bunch of babbling damn buffoons on there, Steve. I mean, honestly, they just, when you ask questions like that and they don't have an answer for you, they lost. That's just a damn fact. I mean, it's just, of course, the liberal justices, the 3 main idiots that's on the court, they're gonna Kagan and Ketanji Brown, and then that dingbat out of Hawaii. She's, they're just on there for, just to stir crap up. They don't give a rat's ass about the Constitution or people's rights or anything else. If they did, this wouldn't even be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
But and I don't know why the Supreme Court even took this. I mean, the states is going to be able to act independently anyway and write their own laws on whether or not men can participate in women's sports. I mean, that's just the way it should be. It's not. It shouldn't be anything about sexual discrimination or anything else. It's protecting the rights of women, and so it's going to be. It'll be June before they ever come out with an opinion on it, and I just about guarantee you that it's going to be for the states. But I seen where CENTCOM they beefed up a lot of the stuff that's going on in Qatar. They beefed up. We got over 10,000 troops there, but they beefed up more of the missile defense systems that we have there for inbounds. So that's going to be interesting. On my Facebook page, one of them there, they I had some pictures that I took, of an A-10, and stuff and this was years and years ago during the first Gulf War. And we were up, I caught a ride on a KC-135 and they were actually going over to Egypt or not Egypt, dropping off some stuff over in Israel, and then we're going back up to Turkey. But we were down they were dragging some planes across the northern no-fly zone. They was refueling some F-16s, some A-10s, and we even did a couple of AWACS, which scared the hell out of me. But these damn A-10 pilots, man, I tell you what, you talking about some jokers. They had one on there named Bear. His call sign was Bear Claw, and I was listening to him on the headset. And Iran is just, or Iraq is just right next. I mean, it's just right on the border of the Iranian border. And we were doing what they call a drag. They was up there, refueling back and forth, just running this circular pattern. And every time we get close to Succinct, they'd kick a damn radar on. And we didn't really know what was going on. I mean, they would kick. I'd hear it on the radar. Hear it on the headset. They'd be talking about it, and they say, hey, maybe we'll suit up. Just see. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, they're out there. They're telling everybody get your chutes on, in case they do a screw up and actually launch something. But this cat named Bear Claw, he was in an A-10, and they tantalized the hell out of them Iranians, man. I mean, they were doing these, just dropping down and just like they were kicking the radar on, and flying right at them and things like that, and then they'd turn the radar off because they didn't, Iran was so damn stupid that they thought, well, hell, we can kick it on and then kick it back off, and they won't know where we're at, where the anti-missile or the anti-aircraft batteries are. But they were laughing about it, and hear all these A-10 pilots and the F-16s and stuff, and they were just raising hell with Iran at that time. I never will forget that, but it was this cat named Bear Claw. He was telling more jokes and just carrying on, Well, I guess he his testicles ain't that big. He just turned the radar off, that kind of thing. I'm like, wow. But it's them guys are jokers anyway. But it takes a set to do what they do. I mean, I've seen them A-10s working close air support in northern Iraq, and man, I mean to tell you what, buddy, when they come bouncing up over the treetops, they tore some crap up. I mean, them cannons went off, and that was just you could just hear it, and they were gone. And it's I never want to underestimate the United States for any reason. I mean, the things that we have in the weapon systems that we have, it's just amazing. It's second to none. There's Our military over the years has gotten a little smaller, but it's gotten a hell of a lot leaner, and it's got a whole lot meaner. And, countries out there know that. I mean, Russia, you look at Russia. If it wasn't for nuclear weapons, the fear that Russia might launch something like that, they wouldn't stand a chance for anything. Neither would China. China has a bunch of dumbasses. I mean, they got a couple of million people in their military and stuff. And some of the ships and things that they have right now that they're coming out with, like them jump aircraft carriers and stuff like that, they don't hold a candle to ours. The only thing some of the things that they got is some supersonic weapons and things like that. That that would be a handful for us to deal with, but we would. So they better make damn good shots of them, in the first round before things happen. I don't know, Steve. I think this is going to wind up. I seen a posting there from the Shaw's son. I don't know if you saw that, where he said, "I'll be joining the protesters soon, and on the ground soon." So I'm just kind of curious, if they know something we don't about, what's going on there. Maybe the Ayatollah hauled ass, and what's going on right now is just a bunch of, Republican Guard being psychotic, in their own way, and. But I think Mossad's probably on the ground right now. I mean, it's so chaotic right there. Jordanians has probably got people on the ground also, and they're probably mapping out exactly where a lot of the headquarters and everything is, and that's probably what they're going to do. They'll be sending in some stealths or something like that, and put them on the ground and level some buildings and be done with it. And I think after that it's going to change.
For President Trump to say, quote, "help is on the way." That, I mean, you think like CIA, undercover stuff, or?
No, I think they've been there probably for months, and probably ever since June after the bombing, they probably had people on the ground there.
Yeah.
And they're very good at what they do, and like I said, the Mossad can blend into anybody. I mean, these people, a lot of them probably are Iranians. They've fled before and got in with Mossad, but I think they understand exactly where things are and who the troublemakers are and what's causing the problems right now. And I think the help that's on the way is probably going to be in the form of some JDAMs or something, some good, some pretty damn good missiles that are going to, like I said, put a lot of them buildings on the ground that I don't think it's going to be in the infrastructure. But the problem they're having right now is they do not want to have the same mistake that we did in Iraq. And that was, just removing everything about the government. And even, like I said, Bob Baer, he wanted to keep the Ba'athist in charge of things, and we just control them. And because the people actually listened to the Ba'athists, and that didn't happen. Bush and Cheney and all the rest of them, and they said, well, we're going to be viewed as liberators, and we weren't. And that idiot that was on the ground in the green zone, I can't remember his name now, he was in charge of everything. He was, kind of acting as the president of Iraq at that time, who the hell was it, Brennan? I think it might have not one Brennan. But anyway, he removed everybody. And that's when everything just spiraled into chaos and all the guerrilla warfare and stuff like that. So we've learned some lessons on this. And I don't think for a second that's going to happen here. I think when everything starts falling, they're probably going to have the Shah or the Shah's son or some of the head honchos that are dissidents and people like that fled before that was in the government. They're probably going to be, staged somewhere there, close by where when things starts falling, they can get in there and take control of things and get the country going. I look for the Red Cross to be, staged around there somewhere. I mean, this is typical stuff that they're going to look at, but I think, right now too, like I said, we're seeing a lot more of the Arab nations that are pretty ticked off about it. They don't want a flood of refugees either, so they're going to be providing a lot of money and a lot of, equipment and things like that can, rapidly move into Iran once everything falls. And I think it's going to fall soon, man. They're going to kill some more people, but I think here in about 2 days, by the time, Trump and everybody when they get everything in place and get the war plans drawn up and, and the targeting, programmed in, I think it's going to be go time. And then, it'll be over quick.
I don't know if it had anything to do with the president's, statement yesterday about continue doing what you're doing, get out on the streets, help is on the way. But some photographs that came out of Tehran, the capital this past evening, 5-6 hours ago, showing again massive numbers of people in the streets. Again, on what would have been their Tuesday night into Wednesday morning there. We'll be right back.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, moving over to some of the industry headlines. Trying to clean up the industry, the trucking industry, that is, which has been ongoing. Yeah, the big focus on non-domiciled drivers, non-English speaking drivers, we've been talking about for months now. Updates from a handful of states. According to Landline this past day, state lawmakers around the country working to keep unsafe truck drivers off the road. As we know, over the past year, both Arkansas and Oklahoma passed laws in those respective states to improve English skills for truck drivers in the coming months. Lawmakers in a number of states are expected to discuss similar rules for truck drivers and others. Federal law already says truck drivers must be able to read road signs and speak English well enough to follow directions, but for much of the past 10 years, drivers who did not meet that rule weren't taken off the road, we know. Last year, when OOIDA asked the penalty be brought back, soon after President Trump signed the order to reinstate the rule, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance did bring back penalties for truck drivers who do not meet the English requirement. Several efforts are underway. We'll start with Pennsylvania, in the Pennsylvania State House, to deal with concerns and truck drivers' English skills. The legislation follows a warning last November from Sean Duffy that they're going to hold back $75 million in funding if they don't fix the problem with the non-domiciled CDLs. About a month later, Transportation Committee Chairwoman Judy Ward held a hearing on CDL licensing. Said she plans to introduce 3 bills to address these issues. The first would target CDL training providers that are not properly qualified. It would change the state education code to improve training programs and strengthen penalties to shut down unqualified CDL mills. The second would require all CDL test applicants to prove they can understand English. PennDOT could still offer the CDL manual in other languages, though. The third bill would create new penalties for out-of-service violations, such as driving a large truck without understanding English. A related House bill would set tougher rules for getting a driver's license. This would apply to truck drivers and motorists as well. Republican Representatives Marla Brown of Newcastle and Joe Ham of Cogan Station are sponsoring the bill. New drivers would have to pass an English test before getting a license. All driver's license tests would also be given only in English. In a memo, lawmakers said not being able to speak or understand English is a serious safety issue. We can't allow drivers who don't understand the language to obtain a driver's license in Pennsylvania. Now, right now, PA already gives road tests only in English. The bill would also require written tests to be only in English. PennDOT would create an English test to make sure new truckers and other drivers can read and speak English. Now, it says drivers who already have a license or are renewing one would not need to take the test. However, illegal immigrants who already have a license would need to pass the English test in order to renew. Unlike the Senate bill, this version would allow PennDOT to offer the driver's manual only in English. And it would ban the use of interpreters at any point during the license tests. Let's take a look at Indiana. A top Indiana lawmaker has introduced a bill to address the issue. The Roads and Transportation Committee Chair, Jim Pressel, sponsoring House Bill 1200, would require future truck drivers to demonstrate sufficient proficiency in English to safely drive a commercial vehicle. The bill lists 4 ways drivers must prove English skills. Drivers must be able to talk with the public. They must understand road signs and signals in English, must be able to answer questions from officials, must be able to fill out reports, and safely operate a commercial vehicle. It's not, that particular bill has not been scheduled for a committee hearing, they tell us. Illinois, apparently in the mix. An Illinois House bill would toughen rules for truck drivers or motorists who are not ready to be on the road. House Bill 4184 would stop non-U.S. citizens from applying for or renewing a driver's license or permit. Only U.S. citizens could apply for a commercial learner's permit. Now, he said the truck driver part of the bill would prohibit lawfully permanent residents or foreign domiciled persons from applying for a commercial learner's permit. The bill would also require drivers prove they know English. Drivers would have to show they can read and write English. In the state of Missouri, there is a House bill that could change CDL rules in that state to make sure truck drivers can read and speak English. Representative Carolyn Catton of Blue Springs, sponsoring House Bill 2741, would require CDL applicants and current drivers to show they can read and speak English. Under that bill, pretty similar to Indiana, a truck driver must be able to talk with the public, understand road signs and signals, answer questions from officials, and fill out reports and records. Drivers who break the rule could be placed out of service and fined $500. Drivers who keep driving while out of service could face fines of up to $1,000 and up to 6 months in jail. Now, the bill would also hold trucking companies responsible. A motor carrier could be fined $3,000 for each violation by one of their drivers. In other words, some of these companies that may have multiple drivers they know that can't meet the requirements could find themselves facing big-time fines. Now, there was, Tennessee jumped into the mix just this past day, taking steps to ensure CDL records comply with federal requirements. I guess it was on January 8, the state announced they'll be sending a notice in the mail to some 8,800 of Tennessee's 150,000 CDL holders, asking them to provide proof of citizenship and lawful presence. That announcement follows several actions by the DOT to ensure states revoke any non-domiciled CDLs deemed to be illegal. With actually following through, California pulled in $160 million in funding from that state, threatening to withhold $50 million from North Carolina. I guess other states are maybe seeing that we're not playing around here. This action is designed to ensure that all CDL records meet today's state and federal requirements and are in line with the presidential directive. The Assistant Commissioner of Tennessee's Driver Service Division. Drivers who file predate modern documentation rules will receive instructions on how to complete their records. Now, it says not every Tennessee CDL holder will receive a letter. However, the ones who do will need to make the necessary updates in person at state's driver licensing agencies there. All right, coming up, Plowboys on board. We'll get to Brain Dead. Hey, a little sports action. Looks like we got a little NASCAR, a little baseball, a little football. I think Buckeye Boy mentioned earlier, we're, counting down the days till Major League Baseball's opener, which sounds like something about it's going to be like the earliest ever opening day in Major League Baseball. So we'll get to that coming up here around the country. Great to have you along for the ride at 844-3388. Here comes a hump day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 states are now suing the Trump administration over ongoing immigration enforcement operations.
The lawsuits filed by Minnesota and Illinois come after the Trump administration surged enforcement activities in Chicago and Minneapolis. Both states are asking for a court injunction to stop the ongoing immigration operations, claiming they are unconstitutional and terrorizing communities. Both lawsuits argue a violation of the 10th Amendment, taking away states' rights. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The U.S. is telling Americans to immediately leave Iran as major anti-regime protests continue.
The State Department bulletin is urging U.S. citizens to leave Iran, prepare for communication blackouts, avoid demonstrations, stock up on essential equipment, and consider leaving by land via Armenia or Turkey. The bulletin comes just as President Trump is reportedly reviewing military options if the regime kills more protesters. Trump warned last week the U.S. would hit the Islamic Republic very hard. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump says he plans $2,000 tariff rebate checks, but funding and legality remain uncertain. Experts warn the cost would exceed annual tariff revenue, and the Supreme Court is still reviewing whether Trump overstepped with his tariffs in the first place. Congress would likely need to approve any payments. Consumer prices rose less than expected in December.
The Labor Department reported the Consumer Price Index showed the core CPI, excluding food and energy, rose 0.2% for the month and 2.6% on a yearly basis. Meanwhile, the monthly figure for headline inflation put the annual rate at 2.7%. Analysts say the data makes it more likely the Federal Reserve will hold off on interest rate cuts at their first meeting of the year later this month. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The Washington legislature is considering a bill that would ban law enforcement from wearing masks.
The law would apply to local, state, and federal officers. Federal immigration officers have been criticized for wearing masks and not identifying themselves. There would be an exception for undercover work. Supporters say it's important to know who is enforcing the law. Critics say it makes officers open to doxing and other threats to themselves and their families. I'm Brad Ford.
Dilbert creator Scott Adams, dead at 68.
Adams had been battling prostate cancer, which had spread to his bones. His passing saddens many fans who admired his satirical take on corporate life. In the 1990s, Dilbert was syndicated in more than 400 newspapers, and he published his first book, The Dilbert Principle. By February of 2023, Dilbert was dropped from any syndicated newspapers following some comments made by Adams on his Real Coffee with Scott Adams live stream. I'm Monica Nelson.
Sneezing is an involuntary reflex we humans generally do about 4 times a day, but sometimes it's not a good time to rattle the windows with that sneeze. Here's a little help.
Home remedies include pressing your finger into the divot of your upper lip or pressing your tongue to the roof of your mouth. You can also scare someone's sneeze away by saying apricot loudly as a sneeze is approaching. It's not really word specific. You're just trying to distract the brain to make the sneeze go away. Doctors say sneezes are actually good for us. They clear out the sinuses, and some say the louder the better. So let them rip. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Another hour underway. Updates, latest on Greenland, which has been in the news as of late. All the discussions there, other industry headlines. If you're interested, I know some of you probably were listeners to Michael Reagan's podcasts over the years. Of course, the eldest son of the late President Ronald Reagan. They will hold a memorial service today, as a matter of fact. Passed away of natural causes back on January 4th. Of course, his passing drew national attention. He'd been a best-selling author, nationally syndicated radio host, popular television commentator. At the time of his passing, he was actually one of the Newsmax television analysts and columnists. But this is coming up on the West Coast today in Los Angeles. So 10 a.m. Pacific time, California time, at the St. Mel Catholic Church on Ventura Boulevard there in L.A. They do say, though, the public is welcome to attend the service. Eulogies expected by a gentleman by the name of Andrew Coffin from the Reagan Ranch. Sirius XM radio host David Webb and Newsmax White House correspondent John Gizzi. Newsmax says they will be covering the service live starting at 1 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. 1 o'clock Eastern. So that'll be 10 o'clock, obviously, California time, if you're interested. Hello, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, a little bit of rain up here a little bit ago, but not much. 44 degrees here in the big Claycoma, Missouri. But, yeah, I hadn't even heard that one. But you said 1 o'clock East Coast? Well, dang. Right during my sleep time, I guess I had to watch it later. But, he was pretty decent, really was. But, talked to two senators' offices today, and I'm glad you were talking about what was going on as far as these non-English proficient drivers. Basically, doing my best to beg them to put some more teeth in this garbage, going back to what we talked about there the other night, because this catch and release has got to go. It's got to go before it should have already been done, but what was that name of the young lady here in Blue Springs, Missouri? Because she'll be my next one.
Oh, with the English proficiency thing?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Because she's right there in the Oasis next door.
I'll have to go back in my archives and pull it up.
All right, appreciate it. But, yeah, that's just...
Carolyn Caton, C-A-T-O-N. Carolyn Caton.
Thank you, sir.
Of Blue Springs, yeah.
Okay, yeah. That'll be a good phone call on me. But no, they've got to do something. And I already rattled my gums enough about it the other night. I think it was pissed off for some people. I don't give a damn. But Grump was talking about my favorite judge up there. Yeah, right, my favorite judge. She's the one, you remember, Ted Cruz eviscerated her ass up there because she got stumped on one question in 22. Remember what that question was? Ted Cruz asked that lady, whatever, lady, maybe, to define what a woman was, and she balked at it.
Right.
I mean, she's nothing but a bought and paid for George Soros, whatever. And I mean, it just goes on down. But somebody was talking here a bit ago about the Clintons going up for contempt of Congress. Hell, we still, doesn't the Obama administration still have one that's up on contempt of Congress? Or did they end up dropping the charges? Remember that feller's name? Eric Damn D. Holder. Yeah, they had him in contempt. Never did see the light of day on it. In fact, I think Obama got him off on it, truth be known. But my final thought is, there's the DA award. I heard on your news here, I think the first round this morning, some brat, that's what he is, brat, and I think it was L.A., Southern Cal, somewhere there, got shot by a non-lethal.
Right.
And now he's boo-hooing and whining because he lost a damn eyesight in it. Hey, I'm sorry. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and hell, he might just be glad he didn't. Something else happened to the Yates, because I see all these protesters going on over here. If they really want to protest something, how about they really go protest? What was Grump and Gilbert's been talking about? What's been going over in Iran? Them bastards don't play around over there. They squish that protesting pretty damn quick. Am I wrong or am I right?
Well, there's numbers. We don't know how many have been killed. 2,000, 5,000. I mean, there's some saying it could be 12 to as many as 20,000. Nobody knows.
Exactly. But yet there. All these over here, be glad that you live in the country you live in. I've always said, looking at all these liberals and what they've done, well, hell, this goes back in, 2017 when you had them pink hats protesting out there. Hey, we always heard, don't do this at home. Don't do this at home. Well, hell, they shouldn't do it at home. If you're going to try it somewhere, try it in a foreign country. Half of them wouldn't come back, I don't think. See?
No doubt. All right, Plowboy. Hey, thanks for checking in. Last evening, we were discussing the elimination of temporary protected status for the Haitians in this country. Kind of focused on the state of Ohio, where a large number, tens of thousands, have congregated in the last few years. We now see, with all this fraud investigation ongoing, getting deeper and deeper with each passing day, looks like the Trump administration officially ending temporary protected status for Somalis in the United States. Temporary protected status, that allows individuals from a country where war or other forms of unrest are taking place to remain in the U.S. When they would not be eligible to be admitted through other immigration programs. The Department of Homeland Security now says temporary protected status for this group will end officially March 17. Temporary, that's a word, means temporary, according to Secretary Kirsty Noem. Country conditions in Somalia have improved to the point it no longer meets the law's requirement for temporary protected status. Somalis have been covered by this since 1991 in this country. Kirsty Noem says further, allowing Somali nationals to remain temporarily in the United States is contrary to our national interest. We are putting Americans first. Now, Citizenship and Immigration Services said there are some 2,471 Somali nationals covered by TPS. Of those, 1,383 have TPS applications pending. About 600 of the Somalis covered by temporary protected status live in Minnesota, which obviously in recent weeks has emerged as the epicenter of government fraud operations. Many agencies that were involved in the fraud served the Somali community. President Trump has foreshadowed the action several months ago when he made a post on Truth Social saying, Minnesota under Governor Walz is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as President of the United States, hereby terminating, effective immediately, the temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. Somali gangs terrorizing the people of that great state. Billions of dollars are missing. Send them back where they came from. It's over. President DJT. Now, according to a report from The Hill last month, 85 of the 98 people charged in various fraud schemes to date there were Somali. As a result, last month, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said the administration is investigating ways to revoke citizenship of Somali immigrants who've committed fraud. Now, there are more than 240,000 Somalis here in the U.S., more than 100,000 of those in Minnesota. President Trump has said that the spiraling fraud is a good reason to deport Somalis. Much of the Minnesota fraud, up to 90%, is caused by people who came into our country illegally from Somalia. He said at the time last month, lowlifes like this can only be a liability to our country's greatness. Send them back where they came from. Somalia, perhaps the worst, most corrupt country on earth. Make America great again. See what the Somali community has to say about that. Brain dead. Well, I guess happy Monday. Back to work.
Yeah, don't remind me there, buddy. But, you know, you were saying that Buckeye Boy was reminding you about the opening day for baseball. There's also something big happening in March. Have you forgot about that, buddy?
What's coming up in March?
March 26th through 28th in Louisville, Kentucky. Happens every year.
How could I forget? Yeah, Mid-America Truck Show, yeah.
Slacking. I tell you what, you should be reminding everybody, get their tickets now while they're $19.95. Free if you hurry up and dial the number now, right? Oh, a lot going on. Hey, did you see the Steelers coach step down today? 19 years as a coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Tomlin, yeah. How about that?
That was kind of a shocker. I mean, you weren't really expecting that. I mean, like I said, you don't know what happened in the background. I mean, maybe he was asked to take a pay cut or I don't know. But, you know, you don't really know what goes on behind the scenes anyway with a lot of these coaches. But I did see something that the Ravens coach, what's his name, Harbaugh, was supposedly interviewing for the Falcons job. I did see that kind of rumor floating around ESPN.com. So that's going to be kind of interesting to see the whole coaches carousel going on. So let's see, baseball. Oh yeah, speaking of baseball. Did you see that Alex Bregman is going to the Cubbies?
I did not.
I know he was a free agent. I know he was one of the be kind of interesting to see how he slots in with them because I don't know if Brother Rambler's listening. I know Buckeye Boy's probably listening, but I looked at did a little digging around. I tell you what, over this all season, the Braves went in and really shored up their bullpen this off season. And I tell you what, if they play like they have back into the past, they can take the Dodgers, give the Dodgers a run for their money because right now there's pretty much no team that can beat the Dodgers. That's going to be the good part. The Reds really, they really did good. I mean, they were chasing Kyle Schwarber from the Phillies, but they were going to give him the same contract as the Phillies, and Schwarber just went ahead and re-signed. And that's who they need on the team. Really, is a caliber player like Kyle Schwarber. But you know, my poor Cardinals today, they dealt off Nolan Arenado to the Diamondbacks again. You know, I'm ready for hurry up and see what's going to happen because that team there has got to stop sending off their veteran talent and stop trying to invest in all the new talent that really needs to develop and tutelage from the veteran players.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, baseball season is going to be fun. But did you also hear that Tony Stewart's coming back to NASCAR? Did you see that?
About that, yeah. That's very interesting. That's a great tie-in with Dodge Ram, the Truck Series.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I think what it is maybe Dodge went to him and said, "Here's a little bit of money to shake out the truck," and because they're doing this whole driver recruiting program. I don't know if you heard about this or not, but they're going to take, I think it's like 10 or 20 guys, and they're going to run them throughout the season, and they're going to rotate them through the various truck throughout the year. And I don't know what they're trying to get for it. You know, I really don't, because you're going to have, I think they said about 5 teams that are coming into the Truck Series in the next, year or so. So I don't know what their agenda is, but I know you talked last night about the big NASCAR news, right? Big point system shakeup.
Yes, right.
I know
it's a step in the right direction. Maybe, some are saying it ain't enough, but I think I'll like that better. I like it better.
It kind of gives you the best of both worlds, because me and you are purists. We go way back. We want to see the whole, the 36 race, consistency, week in and week out. And yes, it does give you that consistency. And yes, they did take away the whole win if you're in and the whole elimination style. But they did keep that whole chase format and the chase styling. So, I just say just leave it alone, the reason is why they went to that is because the uproar. NASCAR listens to the fans. I don't know why it took 2 years to go back to the system, but NASCAR really does listen to their fans. When the reason they went to that whole elimination style win if you're in format was, remember, Jimmy Johnson won 5 in a row under this chase format. Remember?
Right.
And they went to the chase format because Matt Kenseth won one race all season, but really did consistency. And I'm sorry, winning a race is winning a race. That's no big deal. It's showing up every weekend to the track and running consistently. So let's just see what else NASCAR is going to put down the old pike, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
So, other than that, buddy, I got to get in here and go do that nasty 4-letter word, and I don't mean snow.
Work. Work. You got to work to pay the bills, right? All right, I seen a post from about 1 hour ago from inside Iran. It says, using the Starlink internet. It says a source on the ground in Isfahan managed to get a message out to Fox News using Starlink. And what he described sounds like full-blown war zone. He says there are active battles in the streets between protesters and regime forces. Quoting, "Man, the situation right now is chaotic. There are battles going on between protesters and security forces who are using live ammunition. The government has really repressed them, using weapons of war against the demonstrators. At the moment, the situation for the demonstrators in the street, the atmosphere is like a war zone, and some people are trying to escape from it. I have to emphasize that among Iranian people, Trump is the most popular person right now. So much popularity because of the steps that he's taken toward preventing the growth of terrorism in the Middle East. They respect him. The internet blackout in Iran continues, making it difficult for people to get new information, although international calls were briefly going through overnight. And I did see that report, which was international calls from inside Iran out of the country were briefly going through. Calls from outside in were still not going through. Iranian authorities insisting they've regained control of the country. It doesn't much sound like that's true. Now, rights groups accusing the government of fatally shooting protesters and masking the scale of the crackdown with the internet blackout that has now surpassed 5 days. Trump, who earlier told the protesters in Iran that help is on the way, told CBS News that the U.S. would act if Iran began hanging protesters. After Tehran, prosecutors said Iranian authorities would press capital charges for these individuals for, quote, waging war against God. Some of those suspects arrested in recent days have been charged with that. Now, we will take very strong action if they do such a thing, says Trump. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. New videos via social media, whose location American Free Press verified, showing bodies lined up in a morgue just south of the Iranian capital. The bodies wrapped in black bags, distraught relatives searching for their loved ones. Again, international phone links were restored Tuesday, but only again for outgoing calls. Quality remained spotty with frequent interruptions. Now, when the president said, I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops, which he said help is on the way, it's not clear what meetings he was referencing or what he meant by help is on the way. But we're now hearing from other countries in the international community, European nations signaling their anger. France, Germany, the UK, among countries that have summoned their Iranian ambassadors, as well as the European Union. The rising number of casualties is horrifying, according to European Union chief Ursula von der Leyen, vowing further sanctions against those responsible. The Norway-based NGO Iran Human Rights said they've confirmed 734 people killed, but warned the death toll is likely much higher than that. The figures published were based on information received from fewer than half the country's provinces and less than 10% of Iran's hospitals. The real numbers are likely in the thousands. That's where things kind of stand at this moment. Wow. 844-844-3388 as we get a new day underway. Hump Day, as we like to refer to it. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Two states are now suing the Trump administration over ongoing immigration enforcement operations.
The lawsuits filed by Minnesota and Illinois come after the Trump administration surged enforcement activities in Chicago and Minneapolis. Both states are asking for a court injunction to stop the ongoing immigration operations, claiming they are unconstitutional and terrorizing communities. Both lawsuits argue a violation of the 10th Amendment, taking away states' rights. I'm Rory O'Neill.
President Trump says he plans $2,000 tariff rebate checks, but funding and legality remain uncertain. Experts warn the cost would exceed annual tariff revenue. Congress would likely need to approve any payments. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, They'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
According to a report this past day, charging an electric truck may soon be easier than plugging it in. Researchers at Purdue University have announced that for the first time in the U.S., a roadway has wirelessly charged a heavy-duty electric truck while it was driving at highway speeds. Tests on the experimental highway segment using patent-pending system designed by Purdue engineers. The segment was built by the Indiana Department of Transportation along a quarter-mile stretch of US 52, US 231 in West Lafayette. Purdue designed a wireless charging system that operates at power levels much higher than previously demonstrated in the U.S. The test segment in West Lafayette, Indiana, delivered 190 kilowatts to a truck traveling at 65 miles per hour. It takes a lot of juice to charge a commercial truck. To put that in perspective, 200 kilowatts are on the scale of about 100 homes. According to the professor of electrical and computer engineering in this announcement from Purdue, the system is not limited to commercial heavy-duty trucks that require more wattage than lighter vehicles. It can work with various vehicle classes, including passenger vehicles. One benefit of testing with heavy-duty trucks is trucking contributes the most to U.S. gross domestic product compared with other models of freight transportation. Another benefit of on-highway charging would be smaller batteries, allowing for reduced vehicle weight that could then be used to haul more goods. Batteries are expensive. Current technology requires larger battery packs to achieve greater range. They say the technology, though, works similarly to wireless charging like for your smartphone, using magnetic fields to transfer power when the device is placed on a pad, as you know. In this case, the team installed transmitter coils in a specially designed lane within the concrete pavement. The coils then send power to a receiver coil that's attached to the underside of the truck. Now, they make no mention of a cost here. And I guess I have more questions than answers in that 1/4 mile segment. Yeah, how much of a charge was the truck traveling at 65 miles per hour actually able to receive? But at 65 miles an hour, quarter of a mile, you're only on that stretch for what, like 15 seconds? A very short period of time, but I don't know, it's interesting technology. Hey, Philip, what's happening?
Not much, just sitting here on I-4 driving along. That technology's been around for a while. They've been working on it for a long time, and it's going to change the electric vehicle thing if we do that. Think about the cars. You know, if your battery's running low in your car, you're just, let your computer know, hey, dude, you need to charge and turn it over. I'm pretty sure they're going to make it to where it's something that the human element's going to be in it at first, and then eventually the vehicle will do it itself automatically. But that Tesla truck, you think that thing, right? Well, the ones that are production right now only about 300 miles on a charge. But they've worked on one that they've got up to 500 with a different battery. They're getting away from the lithium and going to nickel now. And they're experimenting with a lot of different batteries. And Tesla in general is going to be changing their batteries in their cars. The newer Teslas coming out are going to have a totally different battery than the ones that are out there right now. So that's interesting technology. It takes it to a different level, Steve. That way you don't have to plug it in when you get back.
Right.
You can charge before you get to your terminal and have it set up for the next driver. And then the next driver can get in the truck and do any slip seat operations or anything like that. So, hey, kudos to them. They're trying to figure out something different, I guess, but we'll see how it pans out. I mean, my biggest question is, how much is your infrastructure cost?
Right.
Think about how much it's going to cost to put that into the road. And it is the same thing as what your phone is, that thing you lay your phone on. Matter of fact, that technology, Steve, a lot of new cars have that technology in it for your phone, where you simply lay your phone on a deal. Hyundai has it, and I think Honda has it as well in a few of their vehicles. I'm not sure about the domestic American cars, but I'm pretty sure on the higher end cars like the Cadillacs and whatnot, they have that technology in there. And I guess somebody's coming back home today around 5 o'clock. Did you hear that, Steve?
Yeah, that's the slated. I guess they're supposed to depart sometime later this afternoon, and then they'll be arriving back. I think they said like 3:40 in the morning tomorrow, like a little over 24 hours from now. Yeah,
it's going to be getting those folks back quickly. I just haven't heard those, Steve. Have you seen where they're going to land it at? Are they going to go Pacific, or are they going to go Atlantic or Gulf?
That I haven't seen. Pacific, splashdown in the Pacific.
Yeah, I know there had been a rumor that all the SpaceX will be coming back in the Pacific. I know there had been a rumor out there that was going to happen, but I can understand why it's not happening around us, because we're going to have some weather moving in within the next 24 hours. So, you know, the Gulf and the Atlantic are going to be they're not going to be where they want them to be for that landing zone. So we'll see how that plays out. And then also, Steve, I saw yesterday some of the layouts for the new Pad 37 for the Starship program at Cape Canaveral. They released some of the preliminary, the studies are doing. They're almost done with their studies, and it's coming down now to where they're going to set up. They're starting supposedly on the 23rd of this month. They're going to start doing more construction. They already put the cranes in place for everything. They've got sections made already. So it's going to be building that Starship program up. What's the deal with Tony Stewart and NASCAR, Steve? I didn't hear anything about that, and I just heard you guys talking about it.
He'll be returning to NASCAR in the Truck Series. He's going to race at the Truck Series race there in Daytona here in a few weeks.
Okay. Well, I know that when him and Leah first got together, he was, and that's when he had Stuart Haas, and he was sponsored by Ford, I believe back then, and she was sponsored by Dodge. And then when Stuart Haas did their thing and split apart, he probably went full force Dodge and then racing with her and taking her spot. I can understand why he's with Dodge, but Dodge, I believe that they have got their Cup car already in development, and I'm not sure when they're slated on the trucks how much they're going to put out there, but I do know that they've got training teams that they're putting drivers that are out there, new and upcoming drivers. They're putting them in different leagues. So they're going late model, they're going truck, they're going to do as much as they can. And I'm pretty sure the Xfinity and the Cup cars, they're already in the design mode, because I think Dodge wants to come back full force. What do you think, buddy?
I think they do 100%, and that's you're right. That's the reason Tony is pairing up, because he's going to be in a Dodge Ram pickup truck for the Truck Series.
Yeah, him and Leah, they've been sponsored by them. Since he's done all that stuff with drag racing. Him and Leah, when Stuart Haas went bye-bye, so did his Ford deal. And I'm not sure about his sprint cars. I'm not sure what those teams are, but I know that Leah, it's what she's done for years, man. She's been, Dodge Hemi and drag racing is big stuff. It's big power. All those top fuel dragsters, those engines on those are a variation of a Hemi design. I don't care if they say Toyota on them or if they say Dodge on them or whatever. They're all a variation of a Hemi design, that engine. That's where the Hemi came from, was drag racing. That's where the power came from. And then, it got into Petty and all them guys as well. Look at what they did for the Hemi. So, Tony, he can do it. He can flat do it. I know, supposedly, I don't know, did he run the Chili Bowl and all that this year?
I don't know if he's driving in it or not, but I think he's there, undoubtedly.
Oh, yeah, I know he's there. And I know he's probably, if he's not running it, he's been offered rides in it. So, but, hey, Tony's a good guy. He's keeping racing alive. I always wondered what it would be like to see him in like Le Mans or something like that. Steve, racing against those F1 drivers and whatnot. That'd been amazing. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much, and everybody have a great one.
All right. Philip, good to hear from you. Yeah, copy in the mail, all right? All right. Yes, indeed. Astronauts on the International Space Station have already completed their change of command ceremony on Monday ahead of the early departure of Crew 11. Coming back early due to an undisclosed medical condition regarding one of the crew members. Of course, they made that decision late last week to cut the Crew 11 mission short. After a planned spacewalk the previous day had to be canceled due to medical concerns, is all they said. No details about the situation, including which astronaut has the issue, but quickly put plans in motion to get them back. I guess this is going to be the crew's rotation early. The first ever medical evacuation is the reference in space station history. But they are slated to depart the space station later this afternoon aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon Endeavour, back for a Pacific Coast splashdown early Thursday morning. The 7 astronauts of the space station, the current expedition, all gathered in the Japanese laboratory model for the turnover ceremony. We're leaving you with a lot of work, but also with a lot of knowledge, knowing you guys are really going to do super well. All right, Crew 11 undocking from the space station this afternoon. Hatch closing and departure coverage will begin at 3 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon. Various SpaceX, obviously, space.com, and all those various websites, NASA's television, NASA TV. That is, again, departure slated for 5 o'clock Eastern Time. It's going to be an 11-hour deorbit journey with the spacecraft and crew expected to splash down in the Pacific early Thursday morning, about 3:40 a.m. Eastern Time. So again, just a little over 24 hours from now. Maybe we'll be able to tune in to a little bit of that coverage if the timing's right.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, he is the son of the former Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly. who shares another message to the people of Iran this past day. After President Trump posted via Truth Social, help is on the way. He's noticed Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who says, "My compatriots, as I told you in my previous message, the world has not only seen and heard your voice and your courage, they are now taking action. By now, you've surely heard the message from the President of the United States. Help is on the way. Continue the struggle, just as you've done so far. Do not allow this regime to make the situation appear normal. After all this recent killing, there is a sea of blood between us and this regime. Note down the names of these criminals. One day, they will face justice for their actions. And now I have a special message for the personnel of the Army. You are the National Army of Iran, not the Army of the Islamic Republic. Your duty is to protect the lives of your fellow compatriots. Not much time remains for you. Join the people as soon as possible." And just as previous messages that have been sent, how many of the people on the ground in Iran are actually seeing or hearing any of this? I'd have to say it's very limited, few and far between, due to the complete blackout of internet coverage and phone connection that continues there. Hey, Pappy, what's going on?
What's happening, Steve? Hey, remember what I told you last night about Iraq? When the northern people up there were going to try to have a little revolution.
Mm-hmm.
United States promised to help them out, and we backed out, and it went to poop, and they got gassed. So, I mean, we know CIA and Mossad's been in country now for a while. So, have we promised the Iranian people for support? And your caller made a very good point last night. If they start doing these public executions, Trump's not going to stand for that. Nor thousands and thousands and thousands of people getting mowed down. But I think our question was answered today, Steve, when Trump came out and said help's on the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think the people were probably told, you can get this going and get it rocking and rolling. We won't disappoint you. We'll be there for you if need be. It sounds like need be.
And he likes to drop little hints like that. If you remember, just going right after the New Year, I mean, going into the New Year's weekend, President Trump said something along the lines, there might be some interesting things happening in the next 48 hours. And sure enough, the Maduro thing unfolded.
Right. So we'll see what happens there. I fully expect we're going to have some targeted strikes in there. Yep, I fully expect that to happen here in the next couple of days. I hate to agree with Lindsey Graham because if they would have their way, we'd be storming the beaches, right? But you hate to waste a good opportunity, and I think this is about the best opportunity that's going to come about to take that regime down. So, and whether that's a good thing or not, only time. I mean, Steve, we're almost getting to the point where it's, come on, man, let's do it and get it over with. Let the bygones fall where they let the rocks fall where they fall. Mm-hmm. Right? Man, Steve, in Minneapolis, Antifa came out today. Antifa leaders came out today with some videos calling to draw up arms against ICE. There was one guy on there, gave an interview, flat out saying, hey, I didn't bring my gun this time, but next time I'm bringing my gun, and it's going to be bullets to the head of ICE. And he's questioning, why aren't we fighting back? Why aren't we bringing our guns if they want to shoot, kill innocent, murder innocent mothers? Why aren't we, And it turns out this guy was big Antifa. He's always at their stuff. So these are all, not your average Joe out there. What's funny, Steve, is these leaders, probably of Antifa, they're kind of like the suicide bombers that put the people up to putting the suicide vest on. They don't have the balls to do it themselves, right? They get some some mother, right, to do it. And then they strap them in the car, chain them in so they can't get out. And they send the car down that way. So unfortunately, it's probably going to be some whacked out leftists going to bring a gun for one of these protests. And Steve, we could be looking at Iran, man. I mean, to think that this crap can't happen here in the United States. Man, people better pull their heads out their cabooses. Things could get crazy here. If this happens, they start shooting. I mean, they already have, Steve.
Right.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, they already have started shooting at ICE vehicles, government facilities. Have you seen some of the videos out today? They're ramming cars. Did you see that reporter was surrounded by protesters? They surrounded his vehicle. Probably about 20, 25 of them surrounded his car, standing in front of it. They want to knock this officer, right? Why was they doing in front of a car? But all these daggone protesters standing in front of cars, jumping.
Yep. Hey, hold the thought. We pause there. Top of the hour.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds. And it's ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TAP,
USA Radio
what it
News,
takes
I'm
to
Anthony
succeed as an
Lucero.
owner.
Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth is pushing to grow the country's military-industrial complex.
He stopped at SpaceX's Starbase in Texas on Monday as part of his Arsenal of Freedom tour. Introduced by CEO Elon Musk and surrounded by spaceship components, Hegseth said the military needs to rebuild and called for the private sector to play a greater role in remaking America's military presence around the world. He said the U.S. must win the competition for 21st century technological supremacy. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A former congressional staffer is in custody for allegedly stealing government cell phones.
Christopher Sutherland was a system administrator for the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee from 2020 to 2023. The Department of Justice alleges that Sutherland ordered 240 government cell phones to his home that were meant for staffers from January to May of 2023. He's also accused of selling over 200 of those phones to a nearby pawn shop. I'm Jim Roop.
Family members claim a protester has been permanently blinded in one eye following an incident in Santa Ana, California.
The 21-year-old man's family claims a DHS agent shot him with a non-lethal round at close range last Friday. He spent 6 hours in emergency surgery, with doctors finding shards of plastic, glass, and metal embedded in his eyes and around his face. A metal piece was also lodged 7 millimeters from a carotid artery. He also suffered a fractured skull around his eyes and nose. Demonstrators were gathered near the Santa Ana Federal Building, protesting after an ICE agent shot a woman to death in Minneapolis last Wednesday. I'm Daniel Martindale.
The U.S. Supreme Court appears likely to uphold state laws banning men and boys from women and girls sports after hearing arguments today in cases from Idaho and West Virginia. The conservative majority signaled support for the bans, with a decision expected by summer.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The threat of a funding freeze for child care dollars in Colorado is still hovering over families, even though the judge has temporarily blocked that freeze.
If the freeze goes back on, daycare centers and families could be out of money.
It is unfathomable that we're in this situation, and we all need to speak up.
Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen led a call featuring single mother Robbie Bemesh, who would quit her job as she lost assistance to enroll her son in daycare.
I won't go on Facebook or any of the other social media places and have a stranger watch my son.
The Trump administration says Colorado is one of the blue states allowing widespread fraud and is demanding documentation justifying the spending. I'm Rob Dawson.
Remains found on a Washington State beach in 2006 have been identified as a former mayor from Oregon.
The remains were found on the Quinault Indian Reservation. The Grays Harbor County Sheriff's Office and coroner weren't able to identify the remains. DNA was given to Ophrem, a company that uses genetic genealogy to narrow the search to family members. They determined the remains were Clarence Edwin Asher, who had been the mayor of Fossil. He went missing crabbing in Tillamook Bay and was presumed drowned. The remains were found nearly 2 months after his disappearance. I'm Brad Ford.
Actor Kiefer Sutherland was arrested in Hollywood on Monday after allegedly assaulting a rideshare driver and making criminal threats. He was booked on felony charges, released on a $50,000 bond, and scheduled to appear in court on February 2nd. No serious injuries were reported. His representatives have not yet commented. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome to Hump Day, midweek, 14th day of January upon us. Hello to Chuck. Check it in via Facebook. 42 degrees, Canton, Ohio. We're getting colder as the week goes on, unfortunately. All right, heading to Jewett, Ohio to load some denaturant and to Greenville to unload. And then we'll reload some ethanol, take it back to Canton. Now, I may get back to the house today if all goes well. We shall soon see. How about a Semper Fi to all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters out there? Great call this morning, Grump. With your take on the Supreme Court. All right, there's Dave. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Happy Hump Day from the Three Fat Truckers. Wishing everybody a wonderful rest of the week. Shorty says, are you going to wear your NASA jacket tomorrow for the splashdown? Shorty, I could do that because it's right there on the chest. After all these years, I'm still wearing that damn NASA jacket. Princess is kind of sick of it. That's not classy. I like it, though. Seeing eye dog, thank you very much. All these years later. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Roki on board. What do you say? I'm all for removing the illegals and stopping the fraud. But I do recall Kent State. My aunt was working the campus bookstore on that day. Don't want to see anything like that, for sure. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Thanks for holding me over, Steve. I don't know if you've seen that video. And listen, it's not just the Antifa leaders again now. It's government officials calling for this. But did you see that video? I don't know if he was a Fox reporter, who he was with.
I did not see that one.
Fox. They had cameras rolling, Steve, inside this vehicle. Now, I want you to picture this. You are in your car with your family, and you go into the store, whatever, you turn down the wrong street, and right? You got 25 protesters, if you want to call them that, pounding on the windows, surrounding your car, blocking you in. Steve, could you articulate that their actions put you in fear for your safety or life?
Right.
And do you realize that that's what they have been doing to these ICE agents and vehicles for months now? And we talked about the restraint that these ICE officers had. They're going to do this to the wrong vehicle, the wrong back date and time, and somebody's going to get shot and ran over, and there's going to be a bunch of dead Antifa laying on the street. And Steve, that's what they want. That's why they're going to send the minions, the stupid blue-haired, green-haired ladies out there to do their dirty deed. Because that's what they want. Steve, one last thing. I'm going to get off here. I'm going to look the radio straight in the face. I did not have sexual relations with that one. And it depends what the definition of is. Old Billy Boy's in trouble, Steve.
You think they're actually going to do anything? So I mean, if Comer puts forward the contempt,
Listen to me. They perp walked Stephen K. Bannon,
yes,
Peter Navarro,
yep,
shackled, perp walk his ass. He don't want to show up. They started this crap. And I'll be honest, I kind of like old Billy. Perp walk his ass. Thanks for taking the call. I appreciate it, Steve. Watch your sip.
I know you said what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Okay, I've heard that before. I promised we'd get an update. Greenland, all this hoopla. President saying we're going to take him by one way or another. We're going to take him by force. House Speaker Mike Johnson this past day said, we don't think anybody is considering a military takeover of Greenland. 2 days after the president spoke to reporters that we'd take Greenland one way or another, as he put it. It has not been in any briefing that I've been in, and I go to all of them, said Johnson. This is a media narrative that's been created. The Article 1 branch is clear. There's no declaration of war pending for Greenland. It's not a thing. I do not anticipate any boots on the ground anywhere anytime soon. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be meeting with the foreign ministers of Denmark and Greenland today, Wednesday, according to the Danish foreign minister, amid President Trump's push to take control for what he calls national security. The Danish foreign minister and his Greenlandic counterpart had requested a meeting with Rubio after the president stepped up his threats to take Greenland. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance also wanted to participate in the meeting and will host the meeting, which will therefore be held at the White House, according to Rasmussen, speaking to reporters in Copenhagen this past day. Johnson acknowledged there has been interest in Greenland since the era of President Harry S. Truman. It's not something new. He was the first president that expressed a direct interest in being involved there. We've had military operations there over the years. Some of it has been dormant in recent years, but Greenland remains a serious area with regard to our competition with China and Russia and some of the other people who would regard as adversaries. On many of these issues, it is of strategic importance, its geography, and everything else. Now, Johnson said he's going to leave matters to the president or the president's administration to articulate it how they will. But what the president has articulated is something that everybody objectively has to acknowledge. Greenland has strategic significance to us and also to other countries around the world. So we have to play that very seriously. Kind of talking things back a little bit, I guess you'd say, but all right, what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus?
Well, you know the most important thing about Greenland, don't you? That's where Labrador is, right? Labrador is up in Greenland,
I believe.
And of course, the Labrador Retriever is the most popular dog in America. So I mean, we have to. I don't know. Hey, I got an idea, but Greenland that's an island, right?
It is.
That's surrounded on all sides by water
in the Arctic.
How about if we put up a blockade and don't let anything in, and we starve them into submission? I mean, can we pass that along to President Trump to put out there that we're going to starve the Greenland people into submission? We'll just put up a blockade. I'm just messing around, Your Honor. But you can just imagine. Can you imagine what the left would say if President Trump said something like that?
Right.
First it's war, and now it's going to be starvation. Oh boy. Anyways, there. So I sent you a thing there. There was an update there. They updated a little bit more on that fatal accident on 95. I don't know if you were able to get that into your show prep at all.
That was a nasty crash. I'm guessing it was the garbage hauler that perished, right?
Yes, it was the driver of the garbage truck, and he had, of course, a couple riders in the truck with him that, because they were on their way to start their morning, collection pickup time. So, but I still didn't get a chance to get through the story, so I don't know if there was any explanation of why he hit the truck that was supposedly on the shoulder of the road, and if the truck was fully on the shoulder of the road or if it was in the travel lane, or I'm not sure on all of that there. So I don't know what the story was that I got to you. I didn't get a chance to get into it. So, anyways, hey, talking NASCAR there, and so last night he kind of explained it a little bit and said that there would be 16 drivers that would be able to go on and compete for the championship. Now, haven't they cut the field back? It used to be, we used to have, at Daytona, there'd be 60, 65, 70 cars show up to try to qualify, and I think at one time they might have run 45 or 47 places, and then they got to cut back to 43. And haven't they shrunk the field even more than that at this point? I mean, isn't it down into the 30s?
It's like 36 comes to mind.
Yeah. So if you're saying that half the field is going to be able to run for the championship, and figure the other half of the field, sorry about your luck that you were so far back, probably that you aren't going to be able to make it. But why even put that cutoff in if the top 16 are going to be able to make it? Well, if somebody's at 17, shouldn't he still be able to have the chance? And that's kind of, I mean, that's kind of my thing there, is that, well, how do you draw that number? And if you keep calculating the points all the way through, what happens if the 17th person there could have ended up either winning the championship or even being up higher in the four, and maybe that would give the sponsors a little better, I don't know. I just throwing it out there, but the field is already so small that to cut it off, I don't think there was any need to even cut it off if we're getting rid of the whole chase deal the way it was. So, anyways, that was kind of what I wanted to throw out there, and glad to see Tony back going to do that race. He kind of had a pretty good interview out there, and I guess there's some haters that are really kind of trying to antagonize him a little bit, with saying that, Leah should actually be back in the car and he shouldn't, he should step out and let her go back driving. But he took it all in Tony Stewart's stride there. And he says, you all just keep bringing it on, because the more you hate on me, the more you think I shouldn't do something, it's just going to make me that much stronger and want to come back that much harder to prove to you that I'm better than what you think, the one.
Yeah.
So, Smoke is not one to be messed with. So it's going to be interesting to see. And if people start, getting out there saying that he's too old, or, been away from the circle too long and only knows how to drive straight and forgot how to turn left. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how he comes out of the box running that truck there. It'll be good to see what he can do with that. Anyways, but anyways, yeah. So that was kind of my thing. But I'm glad to see that. But I think the biggest thing NASCAR has to do is to try to make the weekends affordable for the regular fan to come and visit the track. And whether it's just the gate admission, you get that down, or you can bring down some of the concessions and, merchandise costs. And I don't know. It's just, it can't be the fact that when the people want to go to the race, that it costs them as much for a week-long cruise or a trip to a destination weekend somewhere. Just to go watch a race.
Stop charging me $10 for one beer and $9 for a hot dog.
Well, that's after you paid $55, $60, $70 to get in the gate and $40 to park your car.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, but hey, with that, Your Honor, that's kind of what we got going. Still waiting.
There we go. I did a quick search, and it looks like the starting field for Daytona is still 40 cars. Yeah, the modern field is 40, but it says in recent years it's actually seen 41 cars due to the open exemption provisional, allowing drivers like Helio Castroneves or Jimmy Johnson to secure a spot if they can qualify on speed. Okay, a typical large entry list, say 45, would have 36 chartered cars guaranteed and 8 or 9 non-chartered vehicles competing for the 4 remaining spots via the dual races. Yeah, maybe it's some of the smaller tracks that have a smaller field, but all right, we did see that Chase Elliott kind of spoke out about the big announcement this past day. Let's get a quick time out and tell you what he had to say.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
So again, the update yesterday, while NASCAR announced the new championship format the day before, it again reopened the old debate that really never went away. During the official press conference, Steve O'Donnell, joined by some current stars like Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the sanctioning body confirming what fans had speculated. The chase format is officially back. Welcomed by many, it also reignited the familiar criticism from a number of outspoken fans online. You really can't make everybody happy when it comes to NASCAR. And that's where Chase Elliott stepped in. Rather than dodging the noise, he addressed it head on, delivering a blunt reminder about perspective, patience, and why this moment matters more than constantly moaning and complaining. And not everybody walked away happy after the official confirmation and the return of the chase format. Yeah, there's a number of fans that wanted something far more traditional. Yeah, a full season point system like Formula One, where every race counts equally from February to November. That frustration even spilled onto the stage during the press conference itself, as Mark Martin revealed bluntly, the fans were yelling at me. We want full season points, kind of like what Horse Feathers was just saying. Yeah, that sentiment is not new. Ever since NASCAR introduced elimination-style playoffs, there's a steady belief among the purist that championships should reward consistency over chaos. One bad race should not erase 9 months of work. That argument hasn't gone away, and NASCAR knows it. But Chase Elliott wasn't buying into the doom and gloom. Instead of piling on, the sport's most popular driver challenged fans to pause. Let's pause before we tear into the new system. Let's enjoy what we got. Everybody's so quick to complain about everything that we have and everything we do. Let's enjoy what we have because we're making history, whether you like it or not. Celebrate the champions. Celebrate the guys who went out there and did a good job. This format really promotes that. Yeah, you have to understand the new format first. Starting this year, we officially return to a 10-race chase format, but it is not a carbon copy of the earlier version. 16 drivers will qualify for the postseason. And it's kind of that way in all sports, right? You get to the end of a football season, baseball season, no matter what season, there's a number of teams eliminated before anyone goes to the playoffs. Yeah, and of course, this is going to be decided strictly by points accumulated across the final 10 races. No elimination rounds. No winner-takes-all finale. No manufacturer drama at the expense of season-long excellence. This alone is a big philosophical shift from the playoff formats fans have been criticizing over the last 10-plus years. The biggest change comes before the chase even begins, though. Winning a race is no longer a golden ticket. Winning a race does not automatically lock you into the top 16. Instead, NASCAR is heavily rewarding victories through points. A race win is now going to be worth 55 points, up from the previous 40. That's a big bump and an incentive to race aggressively for wins. But it doesn't turn into any sort of a playoff guarantee. At the same time, the playoff points, they're gone entirely. No stage win bonuses carried over. No padding the season standings before the postseason even starts.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Two states are now suing the Trump administration over ongoing immigration enforcement operations.
The lawsuits filed by Minnesota and Illinois come after the Trump administration surged enforcement activities in Chicago and Minneapolis. Both states are asking for a court injunction to stop the ongoing immigration operations, claiming they are unconstitutional and terrorizing communities. Both lawsuits argue a violation of the 10th Amendment, taking away states' rights. I'm Rory O'Neill.
President Trump says he plans $2,000 tariff rebate checks, but funding and legality remain uncertain. Experts warn the cost would exceed annual tariff revenue. Congress would likely need to approve any payments. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, what do you say? Let's get some of the other industry headlines. FreightWaves has learned that the R&R, a family of companies, is engaged in acquisition discussions. According to a source familiar with the talks, R&R, a family of companies, is being pursued by a buyer with scale and capability. was the update added to the original story from this past day, which was Pittsburgh-based R&R family of companies is facing growing scrutiny after multiple sources raised concerns about payment issues and lender support, while the company failed to respond to repeated requests for comment on Monday. The uncertainty follows the termination of a top executive at an R&R subsidiary and reports from carriers and restructuring professionals that some business units may be facing operational disruption. R&R employs more than 500 truck drivers, brokers, mechanics, office staff across Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, and North Carolina. Now, original story said, while no bankruptcy filing has been confirmed, multiple industry discussions have described tightened credit terms, signs of operational disruption across affiliated entities owned by R&R family of companies, which is a number of companies. On Sunday, RFX CEO shared a social media post stating that his role at the R&R-owned business had been terminated. Again, over the past several months, facing increased concern from carriers, owner-operators, and credit providers, reports of slow or, in some cases, missing payments. All right, so following that initial, the family of companies, though, these are all, mostly Pittsburgh-based Giant Energy Solutions, Pittsburgh-based GT Worldwide, Pittsburgh-based Paradigm Brokerage, Pittsburgh's R&R Power Only, Pittsburgh's R&R Express, R&R Global, also out of Pittsburgh. Then you have Houston-based RFX Refrigerated Freight Logistics and Brokerage Provider. Then Hope Mills, North Carolina-based Taylor Express, all part of that family. But again, the late update that they are engaged in acquisition discussions amongst a player being described as a buyer of scale and capability. So obviously somebody with deep enough pockets maybe to bring that family of companies under their umbrella. We'll continue to update as details become available. Meanwhile, he wasn't driving buzzed. He was driving drunk. A semi-driver facing charges after reports of erratic driving in Kansas over the weekend. Lyons County Sheriff's Department reported deputies were dispatched to I-35. Calls of a reckless semi on the interstate. Locating the semi, conducted a traffic stop based on driving behavior. During the course of the stop, deputies say they developed probable cause to believe the driver was under the influence of alcohol and placed him under arrest, taking him to the Lyon County Detention Center. While at the detention center, the driver reportedly blew more than 3 times the legal limit for a regular motor vehicle, which is 0.08, 7 times the legal limit for a commercial vehicle driver. So he was like at a 0.28. Lyons County Sheriff's Office reminds the public, drive sober or you'll get pulled over. Driving buzzed, high, or otherwise intoxicated is not only dangerous for you, but other motorists as well. I don't know how much it takes to get to a 0.25, 0.28, but obviously no business behind the wheel at all. Got some positive numbers for the president this past day in the latest inflation numbers. It's a political and an economic win for President Trump. The Consumer Price Index showed inflation cooling more than experts even expected, easing concerns about rising costs for the American people. Markets reacted calmly as investors reviewed the December Consumer Price Index, a key measure of how fast prices are rising. The S&P 500, NASDAQ, and Dow mostly flat after an initial bump after the report. None came crashing down over the investigation of the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, but the data showed prices excluding food and energy were up just 0.2% in December, 2.6% over the past year. Both of those numbers were below the forecast from economists, signaling a much slower price increase than predicted. Overall inflation, which includes all goods and services, rose in line with expectations at 0.3% for the month, 2.7% for the year. As CNBC noted, the good news comes just days after the jobs report showed while the labor market is not red hot by any means, it is stable. The numbers challenge all those repeated claims that we've heard that Trump's tariffs are going to send inflation through the roof. It's not coming to fruition, people. And we're plenty enough months into this now where it would be reflecting that if it were going to do so. Wall Street coming off a record-setting session. Major stock indexes closed at all-time highs on Monday. But when you recall when the president started enacting his trade policies last year, there were no shortage of economists predicting long-term pain for all of us, consumers, investors. The sky is falling. One economist, Justin Wolfer, said, quote, monstrously destructive, incoherent, ill-informed tariffs based on fabrications, imagined wrongs, discredited theories, ignorance of decades of evidence. The real tragedy is it'll hurt working Americans more than anyone else. It's not happening. Things are actually going better than economists had even forecast. Hey, let's get to Vic. Happy Hump Day, Vic. Good morning. Well, let me see if my computer...
Hey, good morning.
There he is. All right. What's happening, Vic?
Well, before I get started, I appreciated your show last night because it pointed out some things that I really wasn't quite aware of, and involving with the sound weapons and everything, and a lot of things that can be done. Because I was kind of going off in a different direction there, and also with Scrapyard's explanation of ammo or whatever, but with that incendiary weapons.
The dragon's breath,
yeah, I had no idea that was available to the general public. Of course, anybody's been in the military or watched movies or whatever, you've seen those tracer bullets coming out all the time, So, anyway, I appreciated that. But you were talking real quick, you were talking about Tony Stewart there. Did he ever get rid of his biggest state over there in the southern part of Indiana? Because he had that up for sale for a while.
Yeah, but, I don't know. Don't know about that. Yeah, I forget how many millions that was.
Yeah, it was way overpriced for that area. And I was curious who would come in there and buy that. The only people I could think of was probably a real estate developer that would, tear it down and start dividing it up into lots and selling it off. Because that takes some pretty good income to support that. And if he's going back with Dodge, one of the reasons Dodge left NASCAR was NASCAR used to insist on you had to have push rod engines.
Mm-hmm.
And they had that, and Dodge developed some sort of a racing engine that had push rods that they said were too short, but that was their racing engine. I don't know how all that came about, but I kind of quit following NASCAR a long time ago when they started basically dictating that everybody run the same engine, but you can put a different body on a car tomorrow that cost they called it, because my big interest in the racing thing was the performance of the engines, and all that went away. That just kind of ruined it for me. And then they started having all those crashes, and just a ordinary poor guy going in there. You can't have your car tore up every weekend or abolished or demolished or anything else. And then they went crazy on like every venue anymore. It cost you more for any refreshments than it sometimes costs you to go to them in the first place. But to get to what I was really calling about was, I don't know what Trump is talking about that help is on the way or anything of that nature, but the whole story of the hostages and everything, it was negotiated and settled, the original hostages, and it was signed on the Algiers Accord, and it was signed on January the 19th in the Carter administration, and they held the plane until Reagan was sworn in on the 20th, and then they released the plane. But in that Algiers Accord, if they didn't abide by it, either side, they were supposed to be able to go back to court at The Hague in the Netherlands and reassess everything. And I don't know how much of the Iranian assets were released in the original thing, but after they released the original hostages, they're still taking hostages. And I think Biden paid $6 billion to get one of them back. There's a couple of people with cancer that they're holding with hostages. So I don't know if Trump's idea is okay, we'll just go back to The Hague and say they violated that agreement and start seizing their assets again. That's the only thing that I could think of if he's not planning on military action. But there is some legal action there that can be taken against him. And the other thing is, talking about define subpoenas or whatever, the big problem that they're having with these people, that with the ICE arrest and everything else, these states are not honoring ICE detainers. And they wouldn't be going into Holman and them, ICE, wouldn't be going into communities and conducting these raids if the states would just turn over the people that they have that ICE has requested, and some of them are actually in custody. So they force ICE to go into these communities. So I don't know why these states thought they could file a lawsuit and make any headway with it, because in a way that could be turned against them. And the other problem we have with the temporary protected status, even though Trump removed that, those Somalis, they were here legally. And let's see, I know it was, they were bringing them in I guess, 93, somewhere back into there. I'd have to go back and look on that Black Hawk Down thing. But the simple fact of the matter is they have had children in this country, and they were here legally. So we're going to have this Somali problem for quite some time. And the other part of it is there are a world of people that are defrauding the government in various ways, and just the elimination of fraud would go a long, long ways toward balancing the budget and everything else. And I really don't know. I mean, Trump has a good thing going with Venezuela. He has the world with him, because Venezuela, when it was nationalized, they took a lot more countries' assets that they owe for than just the United States. So I heard a little bit of his speech today, and I think a lot of what he said sounded good. I just hope he follows through with it all, because this whole affordability thing, a lot of that has to do with the housing and everything else. And I don't know exactly where it stands, but by and large, if illegals are taken out of the country or whatever, people that are drawing down the wages. And as far as like another thing that has irritated me for some time is if you go to a store and you want to buy a dress shirt, they don't think twice about charging you $40, $50 for that dress shirt that was made for $2 or $3 in China. And it's like, I don't mind you making a profit, but that's just a little bit to the excess, and they literally destroyed the textile industry and the furniture industry down in the Carolinas. So if we can just get the basic stuff back, like the clothing and everything else, then that will eventually transfer into the bigger things, what they call them, the capital expenses.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the right term, but appliances and cars and houses and everything else. But the way he was up there in Detroit, and he was talking about how he was bringing the car industry back to Detroit, which would definitely be a good thing. But by and large, I hope Trump isn't planning on more military action other than cleaning up that mess down there in Venezuela, because he's going to have to use force to get rid of Maduro's minions there. And the other thing is, over there in Iran, I don't know what he actually has planned for over there, but I know there are a lot of people there in Iran that would like to get rid of what they call them,
Ayatollah, the Islamic Republic, the Islamic regime.
Yeah, because that's a theocracy, and in a theocracy, the only people that make money are the religious people. And that if you start looking at the economic thing, you'll get the attention of those religious leaders, the Islamic people. You'll get their attention real quick because they're more about the money than religion or anything else.
Yeah.
So,
all right, Vic, thank you so much. You have a great morning. Thanks for chiming in.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, meanwhile, another FreightWaves report from the intermodal sector. It tells us the nation's fourth largest asset-based intermodal marketing company, STG Logistics, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in New Jersey Monday. The pre-negotiated plan wipes out 91% of the company's nearly $1 billion debt load and gives it $150 million in new capital support to support core business operations and pay employees and vendors. The debt for equity deal with sponsors and lenders is not a wind down, they tell us. The company expects to emerge from bankruptcy in about 5 months. Yeah, the company has filed a number of what they call first-day motions, which, upon approval by the court, will enable STG to continue to pay employee wages and benefits, maintain all customer programs, fulfill go-forward payments to key vendors, and execute other ordinary business functions. According to the statement Monday, the prepackaged deal also expected to address recent litigation brought by the company's minority lenders who claimed their rights were impaired through a deal that allowed STG to delay interest payments and allegedly gave more favorable terms to senior creditors. Dublin, Ohio-based STG was acquired by private equity firm WindPoint Partners in 2016. As a portfolio company, it made 10 acquisitions, quadrupling in size. They acquired XPO's intermodal unit for $170 million in 2022. That deal included facilities, containers, tractors, chassis, making STG a vertically integrated door-to-door logistics provider, and reduced their reliance on third parties for drayage and intermodal capacity. Then in 23, they acquired Best Dedicated Solutions, an over-the-road carrier specialized in expedited dry van, temperature-controlled, and flatbed transportation. A $300 million debt and equity deal in 2024 provided it with significant capital to fuel their ongoing expansion and strategic growth initiatives. Yeah, the transaction included extant private equity backers as well as Duration Capital Partners. All right, so STG provides container freight station and transloading services through a network of roughly 100 owned and partner facilities. It is an asset-backed intermodal market company with 15,000 53-foot containers, 3,000 tractors, owner-operators, providing coast-to-coast, cross-border, and intra-Mexico service. Pretty big. News break, final hour just ahead.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your
factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is announcing tariffs on any country that does business with Iran.
In a recent post on Truth Social, President Trump wrote, effective immediately, any country doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran will pay a tariff of 25% on any and all business being done with the United States of America. His order comes as violent anti-government protests in that country have continued over the ongoing economic crisis there. Trump is also reportedly reviewing military options if the regime kills more protesters. I'm Jim Roop.
Democrat leaders in Minnesota are suing the Department of Homeland Security.
The lawsuit is over the surge of additional ICE agents to Minneapolis following the deadly shooting involving an ICE agent. The state's Attorney General Keith Ellison says the agents are untrained and are making illegal arrests, causing chaos and targeting people based on the color of their skin. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem insists the agents are taking dangerous criminals off the streets. Protests in Minneapolis have been ongoing since the shooting in Minneapolis last week. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Senators are questioning the value of a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice into the Federal Reserve.
The DOJ is looking into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to see if he lied about the $2.5 billion renovation plan of the Fed's headquarters in Washington. Republican Senator Roger Marshall suggests that President Trump may be trolling Powell and that there are other issues that he should be focused on. Fellow GOP Senator Tom Tillis said that the independence and credibility of the Department of Justice are now in question. The president told NBC News Sunday that Powell's not very good at the Fed and not very good at building buildings. I'm Chris Coraggio.
President Trump appeared to raise his middle finger and mouth an expletive at a heckler during a visit to the Ford plant in Dearborn, Michigan, after someone called him a pedophile protector in reference to the Epstein file controversy. The White House defended the reaction as appropriate given the intense exchange. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The suspect in an arson attack on a Mississippi synagogue is facing federal charges.
19-year-old Stephen Pittman could get 20 years in prison for allegedly setting fire to the Beth Israel synagogue in Jackson on Saturday. Court records show Pittman confessed, saying he targeted the state's largest synagogue specifically because of its Jewish ties and allegedly referred to it as, quote, the synagogue of Satan. No one was inside when the fire broke out, but Pittman suffered life-threatening burns and went to a hospital on his own. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A former Washington State City Council member has pled guilty to manslaughter.
James McNeil Jr. pleaded guilty to manslaughter in the killing of 20-year-old Lilia Guyvan-Ronsky in 2024. Court records show McNeil called his attorney, who then reported a likely homicide to police. Officers found McNeil with wounds that appeared to be self-inflicted. Guyvan-Ronsky was found dead in the upstairs bedroom of her home. McNeil will be sentenced February 6th. I'm Brad Ford.
A new study says your dog is listening to you more than you think.
Researchers from the University of Hungary say 7 out of 10 dogs tested eavesdrop on their owners' conversations. The study says the dogs listened when owners talked about a new dog toy and were able to locate said toy later in the day. The findings might not translate to your dog, as the test involved border collies and labs, both wildly known for being smart. But researchers say the study shows dogs have a lot more going on than they thought. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Traditionalists may not love alcohol-burning tractors, but fans love watching them. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. These high-tech machines are either 6 or 8-cylinder pulling machines. Some cackle, some are silent, all are great to watch. The Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors had the longest season of any of the Grand National classes with 19 hooks. This battle was long, and with only one rainout, all 18 hooks mattered. Brandon Simon, RJ Simon, and Brett Meyer shared the driving duties on the John Deere 8530 called Loud and Heavy. But it didn't matter who was in the seat, the title was on the horizon from the opening hook of the year. The opening weekend in Hutchinson, Brandon Simon was in the seat and won both nights, setting up the title run. After a stop in Farley, Iowa, the next points pull was the Budweiser Dairyland Super National with Brett Meyer in the seat. Starting his portion of the season with a 7th on night 1 in Toma, he got comfortable with the tractor and posted a 3:49 on night 2, good enough for second. Brett stayed in the seat for the next 5 pulls. Chapel Hill, where he went 3:35, which is only good enough for 9th. Then Brandenburg, Kentucky, where Loud and Heavy took 4th both nights. The trip to Rockwell was good for Brent, picking up a 3rd and a 4th, even with a pull of 374. RJ Simon was in the seat for Napoleon, Ohio, collecting a 6th before heading to Bowling Green with Brett Meyer back in the seat. The first hook was a little less than the team hoped for, only going 327. Yeah, only 327, but it was only good enough for 15th on the first night in Pole Town. The second hook of 328 was much better in the standings, earning a 3rd. With both Brandon and Brent driving in Canton, it was a 3rd on night 1 and a 10th on night 2 before going into the last 3 hooks of the season. Brandon drove the final hooks with a 7th on night 1 in Sandwich and a 12th on night 2. The season wrapped up at the Enderley pull-off with a 5th for Loud and Heavy, which secured the 14-point advantage, good enough for the 2025 title. The same trio drove Loud and Heavy X to the runner-up position, the only class in the NTPA to have a trailer mate as the runner-up. That just proves how dominant this team was in 2025. In 3rd was the duo of James Ray and Mike Connie with the John Deere 8410 they call Mac Nasty, with the trailer mate Mac Daddy piloted by James and Julia Ray in 4th. Holding 5th, a 2022 John Deere 8R340 with Sam, Denny, and Elijah Brown called Green with Envy. In 6th was Esden Lemke and his 2023 John Deere 4010 called New Generation Plus. In the 7th spot was the same team of Brent Meyer and the Simons with Injected Funds. In 8th, Tim Kane aboard his 2008 International 1066 he calls Red Gambler. In the 9th spot, veteran puller Rob Russell and his 2011 Case IH225 called the Workhorse. And rounding out the top 10, Brian and Brandon Schrammick with the 2020 AGCO DT275B they call Youngblood. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right, here we go. Final hour underway. on a hump day. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Trying to get some of the latest. Iran, the big headline. Now, a gentleman shared this past day. It's kind of going back, a little history lesson, and Vic had touched on this a bit last evening on the program, how Iran ended up in this predicament with the Islamic Republic. And it goes back to the days of Jimmy Carter. He said, realistically, Jimmy Carter destroyed Iran, and the Iranian people have paid for it for 47 years, living in a nightmare for nearly half a century. And it wasn't by accident. It was Jimmy Carter's failed foreign policy. Before 1979, Iran was secular, modernizing one of America's most important allies in the Middle East. Then Carter intervened and everything collapsed. Carter destabilized Iran and helped force out the Shah, clearing the path for the Islamic Revolution, handing the country to religious extremists ultimately. But what followed was not liberation. It was theocratic prison state. Back in 2016, the BBC published a bombshell report revealing the Carter administration's executive contact or extensive contact with the Ayatollah Khomeini before the revolution. Khomeini didn't hide his intentions. He actively lobbied the U.S. to stay out of his way. One message quoted by the BBC reads, "It is advisable that you recommend to the army to not follow the Shah, Prime Minister Sapur." In another message, Khomeini reassured Washington, "You will see we are not any particular animosity with the Americans." He even promised his Islamic Republic would be a humanitarian one that would bring peace and tranquility for all of mankind. They were lies. Every single one of them lies. Khomeini also promised the Carter administration that American economic interests would be safe. There should be no fear about oil. It is not true that we wouldn't sell to the United States. According to the BBC, Carter took him at his word. In return, Carter ensured that the Imperial Iranian Army, heavily influenced by the U.S., would not stage a military coup to stop the takeover. Then came the final betrayal. Carter pressured the Shah to take a so-called vacation and leave Iran. 2 weeks later, on February 1 of 1979, Khomeini returned to Tehran. The military surrendered, the regime consolidated power, and within months, Khomeini crowned himself the supreme leader. The Islamic Republic was born. What then followed were executions, repression, state-sponsored terror, 47 years of brutality, especially against women, minorities, dissidents, homosexuals. This was not a tragic misunderstanding. It was a monumental foreign policy malpractice, and Iranians are still, to this day, paying the price. Every chant in the streets of Iran today traces back to 1979. Every woman beaten for refusing a hijab, every dissident imprisoned or executed, every family torn apart. Jimmy Carter did not just lose Iran, he delivered it into the hands of the monsters. And the world's been dealing with the consequences ever since. Little history lesson Of course, in 1979, I was in my mid-teens. Didn't really care much anything about politics, international affairs. I do recall when my parents would watch the evening news with Walter Cronkite, we would be seeing the things that were taking place. Subsequently, following the hundreds of Americans that were being held hostage, the ultimate failed attempt at a rescue. Today, the information that's trickling out of Iran suggests that the crackdown by authorities to end these widespread anti-government protests is likely much more deadly than anyone outside the country has even reported, with phone lines opening back up for calls from inside the Islamic Republic briefly this past day. Several sources, including one inside Iran, told CBS News this past day at least 12,000, maybe as many as 20,000 people have been killed. Britain's Foreign Secretary said in Parliament this past day that the UK government believed there may be 2,000 killed, but there have been many more. My fear is the number may prove to be significantly higher. The truth is incredibly difficult to put together because of the hardline rulers cutting off internet access and phone service in the country for the last 5 days. While a complete internet shutdown remains in place, some Iranians were able to make phone calls out of the country Tuesday, although it was still not possible to call in from the outside. But again, a source inside who was able to call out told CBS News that the activist groups working to compile a full death toll from the protest, based on reports from medical officials across the country, believe the toll is now at least 12,000, could be as high as 20,000. Same source said security forces were visiting the many private hospitals across Tehran, threatening staff to hand over the names and addresses of those that are being treated for injuries sustained in the protests. Now, CBS was not able to independently verify that massive death toll indicated by the source, which is many times larger than the numbers reported by most activist groups independently in recent days. Those groups, though, have always made it clear that their numbers are likely underestimated. The opposition Iran International Television Network said Tuesday that their information suggests about 12,000 dead. A source in Washington with contacts in Iran said that a credible source told him likely the number is between 10 and 12,000. Iranian officials have not provided official estimates of deaths due to the unrest. Reuters, quoting an unnamed Iranian official Tuesday, is saying about 2,000 have been killed since the protest began on December the 28th, blaming the violence on foreign-influenced terrorists, even suggesting that agitators had been paid to foment chaos. Does that sound familiar? Some of what's happening here on the streets of the United States. But CBS News has verified video posted online Tuesday showing the bodies of at least 306, likely more than 400 who had been killed. Bodies piled up at a morgue in a suburb of Tehran. Now, that's just one location. The video appears to show forensic personnel documenting gruesome injuries on the bodies. Crowds of people seemingly trying to identify those deceased. Injuries visible are extensive, including gunshot wounds, birdshot shotgun wounds, gashes, and other severe injuries. Difficult times for people. Yet, this past evening, reports say they're estimating 1 million were again in the streets of Tehran. Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, their time. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, in the trucking industry, would you like to participate in the survey? What survey? Now, the American Trucking Association is launching a survey for the 2026, what they call the ATA Driver Compensation Study, a comprehensive analysis of pay, benefits, bonuses, for a broad spectrum of trucking businesses across the country, stating in this difficult, prolonged freight recession, the companies with the greatest edge are the ones that have the best data, according to Bob Costello, chief economist with the ATA. As a one-of-a-kind benchmarking tool, the Driver Compensation Study provides the crucial, actionable intelligence that motor carriers need to recruit and retain their most valuable resource, and that is the professional driver. In order to get an accurate picture of the industry trends, we rely on input from a large cross-section of motor carriers to provide detailed information about their total compensation packages and supply a clear view of how and how much trucking companies pay their drivers. Now, the last study of this nature was conducted in 2024. That survey produced a unique, vital source of timely data. Previous studies covered hundreds of fleets, including for-hire truckload carriers, less than truckload carriers, private carriers, and other commercial haulers. This year's study will include detailed pay estimates broken down by carrier types, trailer types, and routes. It will explore the wide variety of driver pay structures, whether it be hourly, per mile, annual salary, or a percentage of revenue, as well as various incentives. All proprietary information from individual carriers is kept confidential. Only aggregate data will be included in the final report, they say. So I guess everybody's supposed to be kind of anonymous when all is said and done. Survey participants will be eligible for a discounted copy of the 2026 ATA driver compensation study. And this blew my mind. You can get a 90% off regular price copy of the study for $100. You're telling me, simple math, 90% off, it's $1,000 for a copy of the study's results? What the? Additional benefits for participants include a free executive summary prior to the release of the report and an exclusive invitation to a no-cost webinar with the ATA's chief economist, Bob Costello, to discuss the survey results and answer questions. Yeah, I don't know about you, but you can keep the results of your study. I think $1,000. Okay. Hello to Hired Gun checking in from Northwest Georgia. In regards to Iran, he says, I've been hoping for this since Jimmy Carter effed everything up over in the sandbox. These Islamic Republic radicals have got to go. I'm hearing estimates in the last 12 hours. I just shared the CBS report where they're saying 12 to 20,000. He says some of these reports are saying it could be 20,000 to as many as 60,000 dead. This cannot be ignored. All right. Roki says, good morning. 47 degrees here this hump day. Couple of tidbits in regards to what we were just discussing. He said it was actually the 1979 Iran hostage crisis that dramatically changed television news back in the day. It led to the creation of Nightline. ABC's late-night programming was generally local until November of 79. The network launched a special report on the Iran hostage crisis at the time, which was called the Iran Crisis, America Held Hostage. All right. Who else on board? In Australia, it's now illegal to carry any kind of bladed item unless you use it for your job. They took the guns and they got... well, there's a will, there's a way, right? If somebody's intent on killing somebody, how about when are they going to ban hammers? Unless it's necessary for your job. All right, Jerry, have a great hump day, everyone. Sarah Spencer and I here in Kokomo, Indiana, thank you for everything you do for the community all across the country, referencing the truck drivers there, moving the freight. It's 844-844-3388. 5-7's on board. Copy of the mail. Go Navy. Good morning, everybody. Beat Army. And we've got a news break. Get back to your calls ahead if you want to jump on. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth is pushing to grow the country's military-industrial complex.
He stopped at SpaceX's Starbase in Texas on Monday as part of his Arsenal of Freedom tour. Introduced by CEO Elon Musk and surrounded by spaceship components, Hegseth said the military needs to rebuild and called for the private sector to play a greater role in remaking America's military presence around the world. He said the U.S. must win the competition for 21st century technological supremacy. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The U.S. Supreme Court appears likely to uphold state laws banning men and boys from women and girls sports after hearing arguments today in cases from Idaho and West Virginia. The conservative majority signaled support for the bans with a decision expected by summer.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 398 points. The S&P 500 lost 13 points and the NASDAQ dropped 24 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There you go. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Round and third, headed for home. There you go. Yes, indeed, we are. And back to the phones. Chris joins us this Wednesday. Morning, Chris. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Well, you were talking about Carter there. I'll tell you, that's not the worst thing he did. When the Khmer Rouge were killing everybody in Cambodia, North Vietnam was complaining they were getting a lot of refugees, and they said it was just a disaster over there. And Carter would not let the UN sanction Cambodia or take any action against them because he didn't want to support the North Vietnamese. And this was a few years after the war. But it went on and on and on. That was one of the worst slaughters, probably worse than, the Nazi Germany. I mean, it was, they had literally had pyramids full of human skulls. They just murdered everybody. It was just a bunch of psycho teenagers with machine guns. But, I didn't realize that. I lived through it, but I saw some history shows about it. It's unbelievable. Nobody really knows about that. And it went on for years and years that he refused to let anybody do anything about Cambodia.
Wow.
But I did want to make one point about this ICE shooting. It seems, I don't think most people realize that he never walked in front of that car. When she backed up, she cut the wheels all the way to the left and swung toward him. He was on the right side of the car, and that's how he ended up in front of the car. You can just barely see his feet under that right corner when the car swung around. And then in his video, she's turning the wheel. She's actually turning them back straight. And she did cut to the right a little bit after she hit him. But that's the one thing everybody says, well, he shouldn't have been in front. Yeah, he shouldn't have been in front of the car, you know. She actually pointed it at him.
I've seen so many different breakdowns from both sides, and I mean it's hard for me to get some of the videos from those saying that she did not do it intentionally. She had no intention of hitting the officer or anything. It's really difficult for me to tell. The video that was more telling to me was when they finally released the body cam video from the officer as he was actually walking around the car. His interaction with the woman's wife out there saying, why don't you go get you a good lunch, buddy? You want to come at us? You want to come at us? But either way, that's sad how it all ended there. No one needs to lose their life. But what we've seen since then is absolute insanity with the number of people that are getting out there and pretty much doing the same damn thing as she was doing, blocking traffic, blowing their horns, blowing their whistles. I mean, ICE officials are enforcing federal law. And I mean, out of Minneapolis, they just detailed earlier this week, some of the latest individuals they've taken off the street, child predators, rapists, murderers. You got people out there trying to stand up and block law enforcement from apprehending those people, the kind of people you wouldn't want living in your neighborhood, would you? But problem is many of them are from the outside. Living nowhere near Minneapolis. They don't live in that community. They're there to be a part of their, protesting the government in general, the way I see it. But meanwhile, let's see what Scrapyard has happening here. Morning, Scrapyard.
What's happening, Captain? Out here playing in the rain. Yeah, on that issue with Iran and them cutting the internet and the cell phone service, well, Elon Musk has been, his team have been sending software updates up to the satellites where they can act as cell phone repeaters, and trying to allow these people. But the Iranian government is using a lot of jamming technology, microwave beams, basically trying to burn the satellites up on that. And it's like all the issues we've been having over the past several months here in the U.S. with cell phone coverage going down, even like your podcast and all that getting garbled at times. It's been like Belarus, Russia, China, North Korea, a few Latin American countries, basically attacking our infrastructure, trying be it internet providers, cell phone providers. That's why I recommend to everybody, especially those of us in the industry, get yourself a good sideband capable radio, because if conditions are correct, on a barefoot radio, you can actually shoot skip clear around the world with a sideband radio, barefoot without a kicker.
Mm-hmm.
So it, just food for thought. Because with a sideband radio, if you've got the technical know-how, you can actually send text messages, basically like using it as a fax machine transmitter and receiver. That's because basically the Department of Defense, keep like the teletypes that are on submarines. It's basically the same thing using the sideband radio. And so I recommend to everybody just for the possibility of what could happen in this country by all these attacks that are extremely successful.
All right.
You may need those sideband radios to keep communications open with your friends, loved ones, and excuse me, a little bit under the weather tonight, but I'm still kicking. But the more you know, the more you can plan.
Yeah, I suppose you never suspect the proverbial shish kebab is really going to hit the fan, but you just better prepared than unprepared.
Correct. That's like I've spent many years volunteering with disaster relief in my area here with Adventist Services, and so we're always planning for various scenarios. And in conjunction with FEMA and other groups and all that, just in case something happens. I've got a big collection of instructions. Whoa! We got a damn Harvey Wallbanger over here. I'm gonna get off here and call the state boys. Somebody's been hitting the wobbly pops.
Okay, take care of business, right? The wobbly pops. Harvey J. Wallbanger. About 18 before the hour. I'd received a couple messages from my daughter. I've mentioned over the years that my daughter works for L3 Harris, which they've got facilities in places around the country, but the facility she works in, where the contract's primarily with space, a.k.a. NASA, and I think some SpaceX, and then, of course, the Defense Department, the products that she's building, actually, her particular job is building sensors and some of the cameras that go in the F-35 fighter jet program. Yeah, she's been, like I said, been doing that for a number of years. Last week, she had sent me a message that L3 Harris had announced they're going to be kind of getting out of the space division. Kind of cutting ties with the NASA and SpaceX contracts and selling that division to one of those private equity firms. I can't remember the name of the firm that's purchasing. And so in her building, she said, they're going to be kind of putting up barriers, splitting the building where the new company, the new investor is going to be on like one side of the facility, and her side would still be unchanged with the Defense Department contracts. They do a lot. And then she sent me a message this past day. Dad, take a look at this. this was quite a significant announcement where the federal government's actually going to be kind of taking a vested interest in a portion of L3 Harris. I guess this has all come together as one piece of the puzzle at a time, separating from the space side, knowing that this deal with the Department of Defense was going to be coming down the pike. The Department of Defense, the president's mantra of peace through strength, will include investing directly in missile production with L3 Harris Technologies. Announced this past day, a first-of-its-kind partnership with the Department of War, otherwise known as the Defense Department. The DOW is going to invest $1 billion in L3 Harris's Missile Solutions business. That business will then become a separately traded company that L3 Harris will maintain a majority control of. The initial public offering will be coming up sometime in the second half of this year. I told my daughter, I said, the president last week, remember he called all these defense contractors in there to D.C., and he was pretty much naming names. He was pretty PO'd at Raytheon, dragging their feet. Told all these defense contractors, no more big stock buybacks, no more massive payouts. Your job is to be working for us, building what we need, right? I think he had Raytheon there, Northrop Grumman. L3 Harris apparently is one of the largest makers of solid rocket motors that propel missiles. The key conclusion from this announcement is in the final statement, unlocking meaningful value. So said Vertical Research Partners analyst Rob Stallard, pointing out that higher growth businesses like missile production are oftentimes embedded in slower growing defense conglomerates. L3 Harris's move is innovative and shareholder friendly, which also likely to satisfy the Department of Defense's desire for defense contractors to make stuff quicker. He rates shares of L3 Harris as buy. Has a price of $355 target price on the stock. We're talking action to build today's arsenal of freedom by launching a pure play missile solutions provider, according to the L3 Harris CEO, adding that the Department of War will not be on the board of directors or run the company. Michael Duffy, Undersecretary of War, emphasized on a conference call that dealing directly with contractors will increase investment by smoothing out demand cycles and enhancing American security. Now, their shares closed at $341.24 after being up by north of 10% in pre-market trading. Prices kind of fell back by the end of the day, but the muted reaction might disappoint some investors, but the stock has been strong as of late. L3 Harris shares were up about 60% over the past year. This is another example of the War Department investing directly in companies to strengthen our defense supply chain. Back in July, we invested in MP Materials to ensure an adequate supply of rare earth minerals that are critical for our modern defense applications. Other contractors might feel as if the investment could give L3 a competitive advantage. Undersecretary Duffy said, this investment is about returning value to the taxpayer while reforming weapons acquisition. There are opportunities for other contractors. Recently, Lockheed Martin and the War Department announced a framework to expand their Patriot missile production from right about 600 a year to roughly 2,000 per year. Now, that deal did not include an actual equity investment, but it stabilized the demand signals. enabling Lockheed to invest in higher production levels. But for L3 Harris, the $1 billion investment marks the start of significant capacity increase. It's $1 billion out of several billion that's going to be needed. So that initial public offering coming later this year is going to be another step in raising the funds so they can accelerate production.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, what do we have here? Let me get up to Plowboy. You had a final comment? What's up, Plowboy?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back. With all that was going on and shutting down everything over there, would it not be a good time to people look at maybe a ham radio operator's license and stuff like that so we can still communicate? We've seen what happened in the Carolinas during every time we have a weather event or such a thing,
yeah,
hour two.
That's kind of like, I guess that's kind of like what Scrapyard was just kind of alluding to, but I don't know how many people over there would actually have access to the likes of ham radio. I don't know what their infrastructure is all about over there.
Correct. I understand you, Steve. But I'm saying if it was ever to happen over here.
Oh, yeah. Right. I'd say, yeah.
Because Mr. Smith has beat on me so many damn times. Get your ham operators level and on and on. But now, these protesters, what? I got a crazy question. Grump or somebody smarter than I, please answer it for me. These are all being AstroTurf, hauled in, paid protesters. Why can't somebody put a sanctions or a hold on Soros' bank account to stop this nonsense? They weren't being paid when they not go away, Steve.
I think the question is, who's paying them? Yeah, Soros, the Soros Foundation, we know does make donations to all these various activist groups and whatnot, but who's writing out the paycheck? It's almost like the fraud and corruption there in Minnesota that they're actually trying to dig into right now. Where's all that money going? And in this case, where's it coming from? Hey, Carl, what you got this morning?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Soros is probably paying off the government, too, as well. So he won't be investigated and prosecuted. for the issue. He's really a person who is just as corrupt as Bill and Hillary Clinton, who ought to be put in jail for their activities, and as well all of the things that they are doing right now with the contempt of Congress. But we'll have to let all that play out and see just how far it goes. But yeah, what's fair is fair. They should be brought forward for some jail time, both of them. But as far as this issue is with Iran, okay, it's coming to them. They're going to get their just desserts on this issue. They do have a heavy parliament, okay, over there. The parliament is a bunch of little ayatollahs in the parliament that they have. It's kind of like set up like our Congress is in our Senate. They meet regularly, almost daily, I guess you could say, and chant "Death to America" every single day in their parliaments, and that's not just a statement. There, it's the truth. They do that very, very daily. Okay, and so they're that way, and so that's part of what ought to be hit over there, as well as many other of their places that they have in Iran. But I do believe that Trump has got a big plan there for that, like no other president has brought forward. And so hopefully we'll see some action on this issue very shortly. Very shortly. And as far as L3 Harris goes, I've got a brother that works with Raytheon right now, and he was so upset with Raytheon that he gave up the CEO position of RTX, which is a division of Raytheon. He gave it up because he was in Arkansas, actually working with them on a factory to build missiles for the Iron Dome, which Sarah Huckabee Sanders is a part of in Arkansas. And she was at the groundbreaking along with my brother there in 2024, and I believe it was April 2024. And I've got pictures of them with the shovels of dirt and everything right there.
Yeah.
And the speech that she made there at the tent that they had set up over there, and my brother making the speech too as well. And so they came up with several delays, and that factory should have been built by now. And he gave it up around this time last year, I believe it was, or the summer of 2025. I can't remember. But he's still working with Raytheon in a different capacity with them right now on a different position.
Interesting. Well, Carl, I appreciate you chiming in. We're fresh out of time, though. All right, enjoy your hump day. Safe travels out there. Watch your six, as Pappy says. And we'll be back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight to do it all over.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, love.